On meillä Kurasuola remmi melkonen, vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen, kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne on kuin pelais ilman maalivahtia, minkäs ne sille mahtaa, kun joutuu meitä jahtaa. Kiekon lauon verkon perään, pojat siinä itseään kerää. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuolla tiimi rautanen, vastustaja on ku heikko lautanen. Kun me pannaan täysillä ranttaliks, niin nehän menee siitä ihan säpäleiks. Ei ne voi sille mitään, me vaan tehdään niin kuin pitää. Kun kiekko menee häkkiin, pojat kalpenee melko äkkiin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuola remmi melkonen, vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen, kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne on kuin pelais ilman maalivahtia, minkäs ne sille mahtaa, kun joutuu meitä jahtaa. Kiekon lauon verkon perään, pojat siinä itseään kerää. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuolla tiimi rautanen, vastustaja on ku heikko lautanen. Kun me pannaan täysillä ranttaliks, niin nehän menee siitä ihan säpäleiks. Ei ne voi sille mitään, me vaan tehdään niin kuin pitää. Kun kiekko menee häkkiin, pojat kalpenee melko äkkiin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuola remmi melkonen, vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen, kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne on kuin pelais ilman maalivahtia, minkäs ne sille mahtaa, kun joutuu meitä jahtaa. Kiekon lauon verkon perään, pojat siinä itseään kerää. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuolla tiimi rautanen, vastustaja on ku heikko lautanen. Kun me pannaan täysillä ranttaliks, niin nehän menee siitä ihan säpäleiks. Ei ne voi sille mitään, me vaan tehdään niin kuin pitää. Kun kiekko menee häkkiin, pojat kalpenee melko äkkiin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuola remmi melkonen, vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen, kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne on kuin pelais ilman maalivahtia, minkäs ne sille mahtaa, kun joutuu meitä jahtaa. Kiekon lauon verkon perään, pojat siinä itseään kerää. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuolla tiimi rautanen, vastustaja on ku heikko lautanen. Kun me pannaan täysillä ranttaliks, niin nehän menee siitä ihan säpäleiks. Ei ne voi sille mitään, me vaan tehdään niin kuin pitää. Kun kiekko menee häkkiin, pojat kalpenee melko äkkiin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuola remmi melkonen, vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen, kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne on kuin pelais ilman maalivahtia, minkäs ne sille mahtaa, kun joutuu meitä jahtaa. Kiekon lauon verkon perään, pojat siinä itseään kerää. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuolla tiimi rautanen, vastustaja on ku heikko lautanen. Kun me pannaan täysillä ranttaliks, niin nehän menee siitä ihan säpäleiks. Ei ne voi sille mitään, me vaan tehdään niin kuin pitää. Kun kiekko menee häkkiin, pojat kalpenee melko äkkiin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuola remmi melkonen, vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen, kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne on kuin pelais ilman maalivahtia, minkäs ne sille mahtaa, kun joutuu meitä jahtaa. Kiekon lauon verkon perään, pojat siinä itseään kerää. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuolla tiimi rautanen, vastustaja on ku heikko lautanen. Kun me pannaan täysillä ranttaliks, niin nehän menee siitä ihan säpäleiks. Ei ne voi sille mitään, me vaan tehdään niin kuin pitää. Kun kiekko menee häkkiin, pojat kalpenee melko äkkiin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurasuon pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin, mä voiton jälleen haalin. On meillä Kurasuola remmi melkonen, vastustajan täytyy ottaa henkonen, kun joutuu katselemaan meidän mahtia. Ne on kuin pelais ilman maalivahtia.
All right. Okay, I'm good. Everything's situated. The snowblower's good to go. Let's roll. Part 8. Let's build this damn motor like I said I would. Oh, I gotta fire up YouTube. That would probably be good. I took the blower out. I took it out into the yard and just to see if it was working. It works just fine. Sorry, YouTube. I forgot you were there. All right, let's go over there. Let me redo this. Gaming. Get the right thumbnail. That's important. Oh. YouTube got left out of the corpa. No, I'm good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Devious, 60-month resub. Finally, a worm logo. All right. Cool. All right. Fire up YouTube. So let's go. All right, what's going on, YouTube? This is part 8. Let's build the engine. Let's do this. How's everybody doing? Hope you're doing well watching this VOD. Worm gang forever. All right. Let's roll. Yeah, fellas, so just in more current events, the snowblower works. I slapped it back together. I got all the parts that I need. I got my propane tanks filled. Or, well, swapped. And the snowblower is now outside on the steps in my front yard. Ready for the snowstorm. I also bought ethanol-free gas. They had it at the hardware store. I found it. It's VP Racing, ethanol free. Hi, I'm here. Let's roll. Yeah, Bandit, we're getting more than that. That was a fun snowblower stream. I was able to watch, but I couldn't use chat. Yeah. I didn't expect that stream to be 4 hours long. But we ended up going through the entire snowblower. And, yeah. Now we're good. All right. We want to build that engine today. Oh, no. Don't have the coveralls on. All right, let's go. I gotta take a piss real quick. Great content.
Saatana!
Is the fan belt bug.
Vittujen perkele! Voi vittujen vittu!
We don't have a job right now to do. Is there anything in the tractor? Where did I leave this off yesterday? Oh, there's a transmission sitting in there. That's fine. You know what? Let's just get that out of here. We have 2 packages at the store, if I'm remembering correctly. I'll use this other bedroom here as my fun factory. There we go. finish in there. All right, excellent. Close that. Close that. Let's go see if we have any more packages over there. What would you say you'd do here? Buses out there. Right. Have people skills. I'm good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people? Beep bop boop boop beep. Boop boop. Beep bop boop boop beep. Boop. Ah, Mr. Krabs is a robot. No, it goes beep boop boop bop. Not the Navy. Call the Navy. They're not answering. Oh no, not the Navy. We got a good amount of cash here. We need to do like one more job and then we'll I'm going to put these batteries in my back pocket for my daughter's birthday. Arr, 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 arr. Put the clutch in and it was not happy about that. It decided to steer me off the road. That was really weird. Money. Money. The Snowblower Fix stream was fun. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you guys liked it. Yeah, it works. It works fine. Everything works with that thing. I blowed some snow with it. I brought it down. Brought it down to my house. I stopped it. I started it again. I put ethanol-free gas in it. It should be real good now. Oh, we should fill this thing up, speaking of gas.
Quality base here. The Eagle has landed.
Shark Tales.
For Mr. Krabs.
For Mr. Krabs. Money. Arr, 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 arr. I found ethanol-free gas at the hardware store. It's in a jug. It's not like from the pump, dude. Oops. Odota, ole aiva. Is that rare up there? You can't get it from the pump here, Juicebot. Korita van minuten. Vire. Otte kortti. Take your card. Tervetuloa. Jotta kortti tai setelmi. Hello? I guess we don't have enough. It's a sign. Dude, it doesn't read the freaking bill. Come on. Nice, Bandit. That's cool. There we go. It worked.
On meillä punaisella tiimi Rautanen, vastustaja on kuin
Kimi Raikkonen,
me pannaan täysin
Heikki Kovalainen.
menee siitä ihan säpäleiksi, ei ne voi sille mitään. Me vaan
Mika
tehdään
Hakkinen, Kimi Raikkonen,
pojat
Heikki Kovalainen.
Kurpa, kurpa, kurra suma pallo, ei kukaan meitä tallo. Maalin jälkeen maalin kunkut, voittofestivaalin. Kurpa, kurpa, kurra suma pallo.
I had no idea what Slavic stuff you were doing right now. Just wanted to say good day. It's not Slavic, it's Finnish. Northern Europe. It's a good game, dude. Good day, Plank. Can you give me change? Is that a good omen or a bad one? I don't know. Surprised to see Sunny retired. She would have been a great choice for an Artemis 3 commander. I think she had enough with Starliner. Starliner did her in. I think Barry Wilmore retired as well. I think Barry Wilmore retired. I think. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I know Sonny did. He retired basically at the end of the year. He did well in, yeah. So I need about $2 to $4 more grand here to get enough for the motor. We have a damn good amount. I suppose if we don't spend it on the card, we could probably build it. That means the motor would be pretty gutless. But I'd love to see Bob or Doug command Artemis 3. They're both retired. Yeah, Bob and Doug both retired. They both work for. So Bob Benkin works for Lockheed Martin, and Doug Hurley works for Northrop Grumman. Should get a very tiny turbo and put it on the snowblower. Jack's astronaut from Crew 11 announced he's retiring today. That's Kamiya Yui. You don't think they would come back if given a chance for the moon? Would NASA have them back? ESAR scrub, visualize. ESAR is now net February. They found a bad valve. In their on the GSE, they found a bad pressure valve. I'd rather them go through everything than have another Flight 1 repeat. Yep. You know what I was thinking, dudes? The tractor doesn't go the fastest, but it's really tough to get this thing stuck. I mean, don't get me wrong, it can get stuck for sure, but the tractor it's not the fastest around, but it ain't gonna get stuck, and fuel for it is absurdly cheap because it's MPO. Gasoline is like twice the price. So I don't know why we'd drive anything else around. Kumo, the steering on this thing gets a little hairy when you're going fast. There's a place in Talmud. I don't even know where that is, Motor. You'd be better off going and getting avgas. Fuel for the Gifu is cheap too. Exactly, diesel fuel is really inexpensive. But what I'm saying is daily drive the truck. Daily drive the poo truck in this. Is it just me or is the sound a bit too loud? Okay. There. Should be a little bit better equalized now. Oh, screw that song. That song claims the VODs. What is this game about? It is a survival race car building simulator. You have to survive in this remote rural village in Finland in the middle of winter in 1999 when you build a project car to go race on the frozen lake near your house. How was the snowblower rebuild? it works. Yep, I slammed the thing back together and took it outside and loosened snow around. Let's just see if there's any bills we have to pay here. Yep. We gotta go split more wood as well. Have you tried putting weight on the front of the tractor? Will that help with steering? I don't know what weight we would be able to put on those forks, Sufra, and I can't really fasten anything to them per se. These boxes, man. They're physics death waiting to happen. But yeah, dude, look at the brown bomber. Yeah, how you gonna put sandbags on the forks and keep them there? They'll slide off. Brown. Alright. Let's go in here like this. Yummy.
Voi vittujen vittu. Saatana.
Alright, we got 2 boxes to open up. Oh, I should have got a new Marchetti, but that's okay. That's what I'm after. I bought this whole box just for that rear control arm. The rest of this is just caca. This was to get all the parts to the rear suspension. I need 1 more upper, 1 more lower, and 1 more shock. And then I need a front right knuckle, front right hub. Those are all the suspension parts. After that, we can get this thing to roll. I have matching sprigs front and rear. I'm just going to throw this over here with the other exhausts. Can you use the oven to make pizzas or something? No. I believe you can cook the pizza on the stovetop, though. Lovely garage. Thank you. My real one isn't bad either. Yeah? Did you guys watch that? If you didn't see it, I fixed my snowblower on the VODs. Is there a spare set of suspension parts? Gotta keep it clean. This is a nice, it's power brake booster. That's pretty good. I was glad to see that my jerry can was useful to you today. Yeah, I saw your footage. Yeah, it's full. Your jerry can is full, dude. It's ready to go. I'm gonna need it. All right, next box. I got a dash. Don't need that. Timing cover. Main bearing. And another ventilation box. That can go down there. I actually saw snow last week from a distance. I was at the top of Mauna Loa. And it just, yeah, we're almost there. Close enough for you. I saw snow about 5 minutes ago, dude. I think we already have a timing cover. Yeah, we do. I definitely already have a dash. We got a good amount of this car, the interior of the car. Well, the Talbot always just wants to migrate towards the chorus, and I needed to not do that. I need you to get the hell away from this, so you never, ever get near it. But we're almost good to build this thing. We could save some money and just fill in the blanks. These pistons look to be in pretty damn good condition. I need 2 main bearings, though. Yeah, see those? Those are mains. Once we do that, get the lower end of the engine assembled. We're going to need rockers, a cam, and a carburetor. I need much less parts than I did last time to buy from Fleetari. I have way more engine parts this time around. What time is it? He's gonna close in a couple hours, but you know what? Let's head on over to Fleetari's. We need to go there a little bit faster. Oh wait, parts. Nope. Yeah, don't carry parts in this thing. It only carry parts in the trailer. Parts in packages, I should say. But then again, the car goes a lot faster. Last blocks. Engine question. Why don't engines use timing chains instead of timing belts? Some use chains, some use belts. Belts are probably cheaper. So belts are cheaper, like in belt and pulleys, as opposed to timing gears. Yeah, it's probably it's a manufacturer's decision. I feel like belts are more prone to problems. Belts can stretch, but then again, chains can stretch too over time. Come on. Come on. Yeah, buddy!
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Chuck. Oh, hey. through those bugs? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, don't die. Don't get hit in the face with a fork. Not a wreck. It's the brown bomber. Do not talk bad about the brown bomber. The brown bomber. Now that was a great boxer. Yeah. You know, this thing, for its shortcomings, is way faster than the tractor. Read chat while driving? Why not? Alright, listen for the train. No train. We good. Okay. Yeah, turning would be advised, car. Didn't do that. Guess it thought we lost traction, even though I really didn't, because if I did, I would have stalled. But, you know, whatever. It's fine, Martin, it's fine. That's awesome, Dan. Belt? I have my seatbelt on.
Vittujen vittu. Mitä helvettiä? Ei saatani. Vittujen vittu. Perkele. No mitä helvettiä? Jumalauta. Oi vittu.
Oh crap. I'm alright. I'm just trying to see what time it is. We gotta get there by 4. It's 3:15.
Vittujen kevää. Vittu. Mitä helvettiä? Oi saatana. Oi saatana. Oi vittujen kevää. Vittujen vittu. Saatana.
If one of the wheels gets into the snow on the side of the road, the car spins. Which is, yeah, that's pretty right. Pretty much how that happens.
Mitä helvettiä?
How did I know? It's fine, Lord. It's fine. We're fine. Going 50 miles an hour. It's fine. What's up, Mario? This turn is a little bit of a doozy. There we go. Okay, we got 30 minutes. Would you please put cousin in the old folks home with his dad? Good enough. Terve!
Terve, terve!
Mikä
Mikä
oli?
oli pojalla mielessä?
We need an alternator. Get better to get a new fuel pump. Better to get a new head gasket. Better to get a new water pump. Don't need a thermostat. I have plenty of those. We need a timing belt. I have a starter. Yeah, I'll just buy one. We have a distributor. I know I have that. We have a crank. We have 3 pistons, but I'll buy the piston set. There's a racing cam over here. Oh, that's expensive. Let's just do that for now. I need main bearings. I have an oil pump, but it's better to buy that and make that new. Rocker set would be good. What's over here? High performance alternator, high performance fuel pump, rev limiter. We need rockers. Okay. Alternator, fuel pump, head gasket, water pump. Don't need a thermostat. I need a timing belt. I need a starter. We don't need a distributor. I have one. Don't need a crank. Need a set of pistons. I have camshafts. I know I have them. We need main bearings. We need an oil pump. We need the auxiliary shaft. We need a rocker set. And a new clutch would probably be a good idea as well. What are we at? Oh.
Voi saatana.
Sulla ei ole nyt ihan rahaa tähän, että en mä sulle alennustakaan viitti enempää antaa. Jos tuut sit uudestaan, kun sulla on niinku sitä rahaa tai tilaat jotain muuta multa.
Can we take something out? Oh yeah, we can. We can take it away. We can take stuff away. I have oil pumps. I have cams. Suppose we could put the head gasket back. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. We're like 20 marks short. Stupid. I have a water pump. And I'll be honest, I got a fuel pump too. Keep this lower buck. I need the rocker set. I'm wondering if we have the auxiliary shaft. I know I have the auxiliary sprocket, but yeah, that's expensive. We don't need a clutch disc. I have clutch discs. I just don't really know what condition they're in. You know what? I'll buy the clutch. Well, no, we're not putting that together. All right, that's fine. There we go. When you're building an engine, you know, you could slam it together for cheap with other parts, right? If you really want to do that. But stuff like the oil pump, I mean, unless you really know that the oil pump is good, I wouldn't be reusing that. Like, you just don't know. I mean, an oil pump is really like one moving part in real life, but yeah, he's using PSK bags, yeah. What a cheapskate. I'm just gonna go slow. Train tracks. Okay. We already saw Cousin go past, so... Just tweeted? It's probably Brimo. What else do you need? This is enough to put the engine together. Did you see the moose? Who saw the moose? I'm not driving fast. There's a moose that just ran across the road right there. Like right where we are right now. That's why I'm not going fast. They come out at night. Every time I hear PFK, it's making me think about KFC. Canadian KFC. What is that, like the Quebecois names way of saying KFC? I thought it was a coyote. Woody. What's up, Bobby?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, Matt. Hope all is well. Yeah, everything's good, dude. We fixed my snowblower's fuel system today, and in real life. So we played Winter Car in real life, and then we played Winter Car. Now we're playing Winter Car on stream. What PFK would be? What, poultry that's fried from Kentucky? So it would be like poultry they fried in Kentucky or something, right? Poulet, yeah, okay. Poulet free Kentucky! Yeah, there you go. I forgot how to say chicken in French. Poultry? My winter snowblower, yep. Oui, oui. It is not a jacket. It is not a jackhammer. It is a shock engine. Jackhammer. Just got to maneuver around the trailer. All right. Let's open the shop for business. There we go. All right. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Life ain't a game, no. If you do, yeah, Ja Rule's playing games. I got overnight parts from Finland. No, 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 no. Yeah, Flitari probably stole the bags from PSK, knowing him.
Vittujen perkele! Perkele!
Life ain't a game, no. Oh wait, we do not want the music playing in case it flags it, so. Okay, what time is it? Cool, 6 o'clock. We got plenty of time in game. Let's take a piss. Make sure we're good to go. I got my actual car parts with me. All right, you guys want to build this damn thing? Let's do it.
Jumalauta!
Let me just swear profusely to get the stress meter down.
Jumalauta! Vittujen Voi saatana!
It's a glitch 3-digit, don't worry about it.
Perkele! Voi saatana! Perkele! Voi vittu!
Are we doing a living room engine build? No, we'll build it in the garage.
Voi helvetti! Jumalauta! Voi vittujen perkele! Voi helvetti! Jumalauta! Voi vittujen
I've seen it already, Hibbit.
Voi helvetti! Jumalauta! Jumalauta! Perkele! Jumalauta! Voi helvetti! Voi vittu! Voi vittujen vittu! Vittu! Voi saatana!
Close it up here. All right, so here's the engine. We have an extra set of bearings, so we don't need those. Or a main set of bearings. So, all right, you want to build an engine. This is a 4-stroke internal combustion engine. It is 2,000 cc displacement, or a 2-liter, or I don't know what that is in cubic inches. I have no idea. So, motor has 4 pistons. Pistons go in each cylinder, okay? The displacement, all right, is basically from the cylinder's bottom point of travel to the top point of travel. That's how you discern displacement in an engine. Now, this is a 4-stroke motor, okay? Meaning that the piston has to do 4 things to complete a cycle. That 4 things basically means it's going up and down twice. Now, I have a piston right here. An actual piston from, this one is from a small block Chevy. But there are valves on top of the engine. The valves, there's 2 of them. There's an intake and an exhaust valve. You can see them on the header, or on the head right here. See that? 1 and 2. This hole right there is for your spark plug. Spark plug's pretty self-explanatory what that does. All right? So, check this out. So how does this work? How does a 4-stroke cycle work? So in that 4-stroke cycle, this is connected to the crankshaft, right? And the piston is going up and down in the bore, right? And the crankshaft rotates around, right? So 4-stroke, in a 4-stroke cycle, the piston goes up and down 4 times, or two times, right? So what's the difference between going up and down the first time and the second time? Why it's not just called a 2-stroke cycle? Well, it's the configuration of the valves that really make a difference, okay? When the piston starts, you start your stroke on the piston, right? The piston starts by going down, right? This is attached to the crankshaft, and the crankshaft rotates, right? When the piston goes down and reaches what's called bottom dead center, all right? So the lowest point of travel for the piston. This first stroke is the intake stroke. Now, when the piston goes down, your intake valve is open and your exhaust valve is closed. Okay, straightforward enough? what's the piston doing? When the piston goes down, it seals up against the cylinder, and it creates a vacuum, and it pulls in air and fuel mixture from the intake valve. Okay? Now, the piston goes up, right? So that's the intake stroke. When the piston goes beyond bottom dead center and starts going back up, you get to the second stroke in your 4-stroke cycle. Second stroke is your compression stroke. So it pulls in that air fuel mixture from an open intake valve. When the piston hits bottom dead center, that intake valve closes, and your exhaust valve closes too. Well, it's been closed the entire time. Now the piston starts to go up. It'll start compressing everything that it just pulled in. It'll start compressing it. When the piston gets to top dead center, you're at full compression inside of the combustion chamber, okay? It'll squeeze everything in there. It'll compress everything inside of the combustion chamber. Now, the combustion chamber is the little cavity that's at the top of the head. That's the combustion chamber. So it squeezes everything from bottom dead center all the way to when the piston hits what's called top dead center. Top dead center, all right, with both valves closed, is your compression stroke when it hits top dead center. Okay? Now, after that, you have your power stroke. Your spark plug goes off right when the piston hits, right when the piston is getting up to top dead center, the spark plug explodes, right? And it blows up the air fuel mixture inside of the combustion chamber. All right? Now you get your power stroke. The explosion forces the piston back down in its bore. It forces it down. That's the power stroke. All right? Forces it back down, and it pushes the crank, and it causes crankshaft rotation, right? Now, when that piston gets from the explosion, it pushes it all the way down back to bottom dead center, okay? And then it rotates back up again. When the piston comes back up again to top dead center, it does this. This is the 4th stroke. The 4th stroke is called your exhaust stroke. So your exhaust valve opens, the piston comes up, and it pushes all of the combustion byproducts out the exhaust valve, and that goes out your muffler. Okay? That's what comes out the back of the car. Put an asterisk next to that. That's not exactly true, but you get the idea. So you have intake, right? Intake valve open. Intake valve closes. Compression. Power. Spark plug goes off. Pushes it back down. Piston comes back up, exhaust valve opens, shoots all the exhaust out. That's a 4-stroke cycle. This motor has 4 pistons. Each piston is going through a 4-stroke cycle. Okay. Now, see that? The intake valve is bigger than your exhaust valve usually, and that is where the spark plug is. Okay? The intake valve is bigger than the exhaust valve because you're sucking air fuel mixture in and you're pushing the exhaust out. The reason why the exhaust valve is smaller is because the energy from the potential energy in the form of vapor or atomized fuel gets blown away and gets used as mechanical work and heat. So the exhaust valve's usually smaller. Some motors have 4 valves per cylinder. Some have 3. Every one of them has 2. Okay? So that's a 4-stroke cycle. That's what this engine does. It alternates between all 4 of the pistons. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Or I think this motor is 1, 3. It's 1, 3, 2, 4. I think, because it's a flat plane crank. So it might be one. I would guess the ignition timing is 1, 3, 2, 4. I don't think it's like a Model T, unless Model Ts did have a flat plane crank. In which case it'd be 1, 4, 3 or 1, 3, 4, 2. But it doesn't matter. That's the order in which the spark plugs fire off to when every piston is at the top, it does its power stroke, right? So your ignition timing. But that's another thing. So what do we need to do? So in order to get this 4-stroke engine working, we got to build the stupid thing. Normally you'd do this on a stand in real life, but this is fine. Put the head over there. So what we're going to do here is we're building the lower end of the engine right now, all right? So the lower end of the engine generally means anything that's below this surface right here. That surface that's at the top of your engine block It is a precisely machined surface. We'll get more into that later. That's called the deck, D-E-C-K. That's the engine deck. Anything that's below the engine deck is called the lower end of the motor. Anything that's above the engine deck, guess what that's called? That's called the top end. Whoa! I know. Crazy, right? So we are going to build the lower end of the engine. That's the crankshaft, the journals, and the pistons. Very straightforward stuff. So in order to get this right, you put this sucker, we rest the crank in here. Now, the crankshaft, if we look at one real quick, I chose this crankshaft because it seems to be the shiniest out of all the crankshafts that we've gotten. All right, so if we look at a crankshaft, it looks ridiculous, right? Note that the crankshaft rotates on this center axis. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That is where the journals attach. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now note that there's also these things right here. All right, that is what's called a connecting rod. Well, it's a connecting rod. It's where the connecting rod attach. It's where the connecting rod connects. I'll tell you more about that in a second. Note that it's offset. See, it's offset from the rotational axis, okay? That distance, the distance between the crankshaft's center axis of rotation, right, and the rotation of the piston on the crankshaft, that's called stroke. I know, some people just went, what? It's called stroke. The longer that throw is, right, because the crankshaft is controlling how far and up and down in the bore the piston goes, the more stroke you have, the bigger the distance between top dead center and bottom dead center. This engine has a very short stroke. That's really small. That's not a lot. See how, note that where the pistons attach, right? It's very, very close to the center axis of rotation of the crankshaft. Now, in order to keep physics happy, there's a counterweight opposite each piston to make sure that the crankshaft doesn't do this. It doesn't precess inside of the motor. That's why you have a big counterweight over there. There's a counterweight opposite every piston. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay? So we don't have a lot of stroke here. So this is a small displacement engine with a very, very short stroke. Okay? Now, crankshaft has bearings. Okay? You have bearings. The bearings go inside of the journal. Okay? Now, let me... actually, the crank... I can't get the dang crankshaft out. I'm trying to see if I can find if I have any bearings. The bearings are just a piece of metal that's right here. It just looks like a U. You can see one that this still has a connecting rod bearing in it. This one. I might be able to get it out of the piston, but here, let me show you. So come on, baby. All right, so check this out. This is a piston from a small block Chevy. It's from a 283, if anybody's wondering. It's an older Chevy motor. It's an older Chevy motor, but it checks out, sir. Now, look real close. You'll see that there's a strip of metal right here. See the strip of metal? And see the strip of metal has some wear on it? That's good. This piece of metal is the bearing. That is the bearing for the connecting rod. The crankshaft, we have 5 of those on our crankshaft on the in the car. See that? It's very subtle. You see there's a little lip right here? That's the bearing. So that piece of metal is precise, is very, very precision machined. What that is designed to do is make sure the crankshaft basically rotates perfectly straight. It's the bearing for it. It governs its movement, right? So now I know people are looking at that and say, bearing, how's that similar to a ball bearing? Well, bearings aren't all ball bearings, right? There's tapered bearings, there's ball bearings, there's tapered roller bearings, there's roller bearings, there's all kinds of different ones. This is a simple bearing, okay? In mechanics, it's just a tab of metal. That tab of metal makes sure that this thing hugs the crankshaft. Or in the case of our car, what we're talking about main bearings. It makes sure the journals on the crankshaft keep the crankshaft straight. Now, there's a lot more to this than just keeping the crankshaft straight. Engines need oil. They need oil. Okay? So, when you put this thing in, right, you put the bearings in. I mean, you don't have to do it in summer car, but the bearings would be right there. They look very similar to the connecting rod bearing, which is why I use that. All right? Now, you have to precisely tune this thing if you ever put one of these together, right? Flow that thing in there, right? And now we need our bearing set. The game calls them bearings, but they're really the crank journals, but all right, these are the used ones. We don't want that. Usually this really matters. Like, the game makes you buy bearings for the motor, but these aren't what bearings look like, dudes. The bearings are those strips of metal that are inside of that housing right there. These things are called crank journals. That's what the game models. That's a crank journal all day. The crank journals hold the bearing in place. Now, generally, the reason why I bring this up is because journals stay with the block. That is part of the engine block, right? They're usually cast together. So like this was, when the engine was cast, this part was cast with it. You generally never, ever, ever, ever change out journals. You change out the bearings that are in the journal. Now, the reason why, once again, it's because this is a precise surface where the journal attaches, right? Where the journal attaches right there and right there. That's precision machined to that journal. This one was designed to fit in there and really nothing else. Right? Don't get me wrong, you can swap them if you're in a pinch, but you generally don't do that. Now, the bearing is going to make up the tolerance between the crank and the journals. So the block, the journal, and the crank. The bearings are going to make up the tolerance there. But bearings always there's always a tiny, tiny bit of play there. Why? Why is there a tiny bit of play between the crank and the bearings? Anybody know? Why would you leave a little tolerance there? It's like 1 to 2 millimeter, or like maybe 24 thousandths of an inch. Yeah, oil. That's right. Engines need oil. You got it. Simple. Engines need oil. That's all. So if we were building this in real life, guys, I would torque all of this down. Would torque all of it down, and we would check our tolerances with you could use plastic gauge. Plastic gauge will do it. It's a little strip of plastic that you actually put in between the bearing and the crankshaft, right? And the plastic gauge it'll smush it when you torque the thing down, right? And then how much it's smushed you can use to see what your tolerance is. That's the real quick and easy way to do it. But okay, so when you're putting this crankshaft in, once again, this is not necessarily for winter car. When you put a crankshaft in, you start with the center journal and you work your way out. Is the oil injector hole for the bearing in the bearing? Yes. It is. The bearings usually have holes in them. See, Kraken? So check this out. Here. The bearings usually have holes in them. So take a look. On the connecting rod, the holes are on the sides just because of how it's lubricated. But if you look right here, right inside of the stud, see it right there? That's the gap for oil to get into. Now on the mains have a gallery in the block, on the engine block, right? There's a hole that's drilled right here on the main bearing, and oil squirts through there and it keeps everything lubricated. The reason why you want to change your oil in your car is to make sure that that doesn't get hot. The oil, on top of lubricating the bearings and the journals, also it also keeps everything cool. The oil takes a lot of heat, and if you don't change your oil, the oil will it'll get less viscous, and it won't fill the gap in between your bearings as well, and metal will start to wear. Now, actually, I should show you. Look, if you look at this bearing on the connecting rod, right? I just put this back together because I didn't think I'd need it again, and now we need it again, which is cool. Tell me about that bearing. Does that look good? That look right to you? See that? That's bad. That's what happens when you run out of oil. You see those marks? Those skid marks right there? That's bad. This is junk. When we go to build this motor, I'm replacing the bearings. Yes, we will build this small block Chevy on stream. I will do it because I have a small block Chevy in pieces. Why wouldn't we do it? Do I know what it's going to go in? Nope. Now, just like the main bearing journals, these things, the connecting rod journal is absolutely supposed to go with this connecting rod. You don't swap these. This is one piece as far as you're concerned. Don't ever swap them. These were precisely machined to fit together and be a perfect concentric circle. Look at the machined surface right there. It looks like one piece, doesn't it? Because it's designed to go together. That's why you don't swap bearings. That was designed to go with that. It was manufactured to go with it. Don't swap journals. That's a really bad idea. Swap bearings. Or replace bearings, I should say. Is the oil going from the main journals through the crank to the connecting rod? Some of them lubricate that way. Shy, it depends on the engine. It depends on the motor, dude. Yeah, some of them do that. Most of it is done through galleries, what are called oil galleries or oil passages inside of the block. The oil pump, which I'll show you next, right? So that's all connected. The oil pump picks up right here on the auxiliary shaft, and the oil pump pressurizes the cavities or galleries inside of the block. And yeah, it usually, sometimes it's just spraying at it. Some just spray a jet of oil at it and it'll get in there. The other ones use holes in the bearings. Sometimes it's just when the crankshaft goes down, it dips into the oil that's in the pan. There's a bunch of different ways to do this, dude. But anyway, say we check for tolerances. All right, we're good. Our crankshaft's in. The next thing we're going to do is put our connecting rods in. So these are spare pistons. I don't want to use those in case we wreck these ones. So let's put that down there. So these pistons will go down into their bores. Pistons always go down into the bore. They never go up. Now, these pistons right here. Game don't care about torque. No torque settings in this game, but don't give Topless any funny ideas. Now, there's just a ridge on the piston that's kind of representative of your piston rings. But if we look at an actual piston, a real piston from a real car has 3 rings on it. Okay? 3. You have 2 compression rings up at the top. See those? These 2 little bits? Those are compression rings. What do those do? They keep the explosion above the piston. If you have bad piston rings, or your piston rings are shot, your motor won't make any compression, and you'll have what's called blow-by. What is blow-by? So when the piston is on the power stroke, if your piston rings don't work, right, some of the explosion that's forcing the piston down will blow by the piston in the cylinder if your rings aren't working. You have two compression rings. One's a primary, you have a primary, and you have a backup just in case. Now, the third ring is the oil ring. Simultaneously, right, when the piston is coming down, right, and when it goes back up, Sea Kraken, some engines squirt the cylinder. They have a jet that shoots up the cylinder, and it shoots up into the wrist on the piston. It shoots into the backside of the piston to take heat away from the piston. Yeah, that's why you can have like aluminum pistons or hypereutectic pistons, but that's another story. This, the bottom ring right here, the one that with that cool design in it, that is there as basically a squeegee to make sure that the oil gets scraped off the cylinder walls when the piston comes back down. So when the piston is up, you want oil on the cylinder walls. When the piston comes down, you don't want oil on the cylinder walls. When it goes back up, you definitely don't want oil on the cylinder wall, right? And those are basically snap rings, or are they O-rings? These are snap rings, basically, dude. Yeah, they go in by a compression. See right there? That's your ring gap. Well, the ring gap would be more like this. Because it would be there. The rings are open like this when it's out. When you put the thing in the bore, it'll compress the rings, and the rings will close. You don't want them to close too far, and you always want to leave a little bit of space. You do not want the two sides of the ring touching each other inside of the bore. Your engine will blow up. Nitrous oxide, you know, the button from Fast and the Furious, nitrous will kill piston rings. Okay? Same with the turbo if you don't get the timing correctly, but that's another story. Now, the reason why is because if your explosion is pushing that piston down and it's working really, really hard, and you're making more power, you're also making more heat. And what happens is these rings overheat. The rings overheat. What happens to metal when it reaches its critical mass of heat, guys? What happens? It melts. If the piston ring goes in the bore, if it melts in the bore, your engine explodes. Explodes. Yeah, like shoot the rod out the side of the block explodes. You're lucky that 100 shot of knots didn't blow the welds on the intake. I don't know what the hell that means, but excess heat will fry the piston rings first. And if those rings get too hot and the rings start touching each other like that, death. That's death for a motor. Your motor just had a stroke. Are the rings steel? They can be steel, Sea Kraken. Some are Inco. Gnaus, what's up? Thank you for the raid. We're talking about motors here. I'm building that engine. How you doing? Internal combustion engines are complicated and amazing. The dudes who came up with the stuff, pretty damn smart. Yeah, a lot of cars have Inco, Sea Kraken. Some, if you want performance stuff, Inco is great for a piston ring, right? Inco would be great. If you really wanted to get hardcore, you could sleeve an engine with Inconel to make sure that the pistons to make sure that it doesn't get too warm or to take excess heat. Some Wankel engines have something called an apex seal. A Wankel engine is like a spinning Dorito. It looks like a Dorito. At each edge, they have seals. Those seals are made out of Inconel. So, yeah, it really depends. Anyway, Gnaus, thank you very much for the raid. How you doing? I will be getting all the rivet parts and dying. I keep getting all the rivet parts and dying. We'll get there, dude. So, same with me. Oh, don't tell me about it. All right, so I'm spinning Dorito. So check it out. The rest of the piston here, right? I'm teaching people how to build the motor, but that's what I'm up to. I see you were playing Winter Car as well. So the rest of the piston, the piston is just this part up here, okay? This part down here is called a connecting rod. My character's falling asleep in game. The connecting rod connects the piston to the crankshaft. Crankshaft would be right here. The connecting rod has a wrist. That's what this piece is called. See that piece in the center? This piece is called a wrist. Right there. The wrist allows the piston to move back and forth. Because when the piston goes up and down in its bore, the crankshaft is rotating like this when it goes up and down. 4-stroke cycle. Remember, intake, compression, power, exhaust. Intake, compression, power, exhaust. Right? The connecting rod connects the piston to the crankshaft, and it's rod-shaped. It's not rocket science, man. So, we take that piston, we put that piston in there. We take this piston, put the 4 of them in there. This is where, see, Kraken, if you were putting this thing together, you'd need what's called a piston ring compressor. You'd need to put a piston ring compressor seated on top of this, right? And then feed the piston in to compress the rings. Why are you not pistoning? Is it one bearing for that or multiple? What types? This is just a regular metal bearing, and the bearings are 2-piece bearings. One side of the bearing goes on this, the other, they're halves. They fit together like a puzzle piece, though. They go like this. And one of them is on the journal, the other one's on the connecting rod. See last. My character's falling asleep. I mean for the piston head. Oh, the wrist pin is not a bearing. It's just a metal tube that goes through. That's it. We gotta sleep here real quick. Character needs something to eat. The wrist pin is not a bearing. The wrist pin is just a tube. That's it. Tube. I mean, it is a bearing in itself, dude. Yeah, I mean, technically, that the pin is the bearing in that. Yeah. And once again, when the piston's going up and down the bore, there's usually a jet that shoots up oil up into the piston for lubricating the wrist pin, right? For lubricating the wrist pin and getting heat off the back of the piston. It uses cars use oil as a heat sink, which is smart. That's really smart. Check your Discord messages for nice melted rings. Oh! 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 What the hell, man? What did you do, Obsher? What? Why? Oh! Yeah, that's what piston rings do when they fail. When I told you it grenades the motor, I mean it grenades the motor. This looks like a diesel, Obsher. Yeah, you could see where the upper piston ring has broken off the top of the piston. There's the other one right there. This is a diesel motor, I think. What motor is this? Cummins? Yeah. Yeah, when the piston rings expand, they expand in the bore. They scrape the bore like that. See how the bore has those scratch marks, has the wear marks? This should be almost a mirror shine. Well, it should be a sheen, not a shine. It should look like this. The ring will start to expand, and it can blow the top of the piston off, which is what happened right there. Yeah, that's awful. All right, so let's see if this piston wants to go into the bore today. Guess not. It wanted me to put that together in a very specific order. We'll check it later, Creeper. All right. right, so now let's flip the block around. And what we're going to do is we're going to tighten down the connecting rod. The connecting rod journals, tighten them down. Last, please. Guys, do you want to build this motor or not? Why aren't the top of the pistons flat? It depends on the motor. Some of them are. So in Fast and the Furious, when the computer starts yelling at Paul Walker and the bottom of the car flies off, what does that mean? Yeah, nothing. He would have fried that that GSX motor. Maybe fire up the
Voi
sauna.
vittujen kevätana. No mitä helvettiä?
It's a 12 valve. That's a Cummins. One injector stuck open and acted like a flamethrower to the piston.
Voi vittu. Voi saatana. No mitä helvettiä? Saatana. Jumalauta. Perkele.
Oh, that's bad.
Ei saatana. Saatana. Voi vittu. Ei saatana.
That's bad,
Voi
Archer.
vittu.
Anyway. All right. So, fellas, that's the lower end of the engine. If we really wanted to be technical, the next stuff that we would do... I don't know why the pistons are moving around in their bores like that. They shouldn't do that. That's just how Topless has this rigged. Let me just make sure that everything is A-okay here. All right, we're good. All right. So now we need to put the oil pump in. Which one of these looks the nicest? They all look equally terrible. Cool. So in this particular motor design, the oil pump is driven off of the auxiliary shaft. But what you don't necessarily need, I mean, it depends on the design. Usually there's a gasket that you place right there. In this car, it'd be triangular shaped. And yeah, there'd be a gasket so you can create pressure in the pump. What does the oil pump look like? It's basically a gear that's spinning on an eccentric, and it just, yeah, it'll pull the oil through the sump. Sump goes to the bottom of the oil pan like this. Goes to the bottom of the pan. That's why the pan has like a lower portion. The sump should always be submerged. If the sump becomes unsubmerged, bad stuff happens.
Voi vittujen kevät. Saatana. No voi helvetti.
Is this car much different than my car? No, not really. Sig? No, it's about the same. So now we're going to put the oil pan on. There'd be an oil pan gasket that you'd have to put around this, but yeah, we don't need to worry about that. We don't have to do that in summer car yet. Now, you really should start in the center and work your way out. It does not matter in summer car. That's how you do it in real life. This ensures equal clamping force all the way around the oil pan, so you don't pinch the gasket. You don't want to pinch the gasket because then it'll leak. It'll leak oil. We don't want that. Appreciate that your guy has unlimited strength, for real. Right? You just pick up this engine. I mean, to be fair, Bob, I could probably pick this up. I could probably pick up the lower end assembly of this motor. I could probably do it. It would hurt, but I could do it. All right. There you go. That's the lower end of the engine. That's it. Done. The upper end's a little more complicated. Your valve actuation mechanism is... yeah, that's important to get that right. So now we're going to work on the upper end of the engine. So I think I may have not bought a head gasket. That's the timing belt. Auxiliary shaft. Starter.
Jumalauta! Ei vittujen kevää! Vittujen
Can't follow
perkele!
his alternator.
Jumalauta!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Geek. Like a 4-banger is not that. Yeah, that should be light. Now, Stig, you asked, is this mechanically the same? Yeah, for the most part, dude. This is an overhead cam though, and I'll get more into that in a moment. Hey, Ramalot, 4-month resub. And my Dodge has 8 cylinders, not 4. But that's about it. I mean, well, let's just, that's the head gasket.
Voi vittu!
The head gasket is a very important part of the engine. It's the gasket that connects the upper and lower ends of the engine, but also the head gasket is the gasket that keeps the explosions inside of the cylinder combustion chamber. Now, if you take a look at this, Topless did put the texture on there. See those? Those are cooling galleries. That's where coolant goes and circulates through. And one of them is an oil passage. I just don't know which one. Probably the oil passage is probably over there, up at the front. But see, those coolant goes through there to keep the keep this cool. Those the top of the engine should technically have the same thing, but that's okay. So we're gonna put the head on. Head on, you apply it directly to the head gasket. And once again, to ensure equal clamping force, you don't want to pinch the head gasket. In real life, you'd torque this in sequence, like this. You'd start at the middle and work your way out. No, that's copper spray. Yeah. Copper, dude. Yeah, copper spray is a good time. Okay, so this is the head of the engine. What does the head do? Well, it's where your valves are. Valves are stored in the balls. I mean head. Now, on top of that, your valves naturally like to stay closed because the valve is attached to a spring. Okay? You have your valve that's going through its valve guide, right? The valve guide, or the top of the valve goes to a keeper right here. The keeper is on a plate, and that plate is holding a spring in place. Okay? The keeper holds, well, it keeps the valve attached to the spring. The valves naturally want to stay closed. They're spring-loaded to stay closed, all right? Remember that. These are the springs. You'd normally, on a motor, you'd have to put this all together. All right? Now, the next thing we got to do is we need our keepers here. It calls them keepers, but this is not, I mean, not keepers. They're valve followers. There should be 8 of them in here. Now, why? Why 8? Well, we have 8 valves. So, 1, 2, 3. Remember, this motor, the head has 2 valves in it, so sometimes you gotta, like, 6. Eight. All right. So, what do these things do? These are rocker arms. So the rocker arms are attached to a stud, and they're spring-loaded onto that stud. And then they have what looks like a bearing surface right there. Okay? Yeah, because this is an overhead cam, the camshaft is basically riding right on this. And what these things do is they actuate the valves. You have to use the screwdriver in game to lock them into position. There we go. All of them are locked. Cool. 2 screwdriver clicks on each. The hell are you talking about? Really? Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, you lock them into place.
Saatana.
Got it. Thank you.
Perkele. Voi vittujen kevää.
Okay, so those are locked into place. Now, that brings the camshaft. So check this out. The camshaft is what controls your valves. It's what opens and closes the valves. The camshaft has these egg-shaped things on them called eccentrics. These are an eccentric lobe, okay? As the camshaft rotates, right? Hold on, let me do this right so you guys can see it correctly. As it rotates, see the lobes? Look at the top of the camshaft. See, they open and close. These things open and close in time for the intake, compression, power, and exhaust, right? So if we look at over here, look at the intake lobe and the exhaust lobe. Okay, watch. So, actually, the number one here would be your exhaust. That would be the first lobe on the far right. That's the exhaust lobe. So, right here is where the cam will push open the valve, right? It'll push it open. That's intake, compression, power, exhaust. Intake, compression, power, exhaust. Intake, compression, power, exhaust on the number one cylinder. See, right there, they will basically push down on these rocker arms. They'll push, the lobes will push on that, and it'll push the valve open and close. Now, like I said, the valves are spring-loaded. So after the rocker arm is, if it...
No mitä helvettiä? Voi vittujen
So the
kevää.
rocker arm will finish riding on the eccentric part of the cam, right?
Saatana.
And the valve spring will push the valve closed. Okay? Now, camshaft are measured with three... There's three kind of variables that denote how a camshaft works. You have lift, duration, and lobe separation angle. Now, we'll go over LOA first. Lobe separation angle is the angle on the angle in degrees between peak eccentric on your exhaust and peak eccentric on your intake. That thing looks to have about a 100-degree lobe separation angle, give or take. I don't have any smokes, dude. That's the problem. That's about 110-degree lobe separation angle. Now, what is lift? Lift, okay? Lift is measured usually in thousandths of an inch. And it's the distance between the center line of the camshaft and the top of the lobe. Okay? That is how far the valve opens. Okay? How much it lifts the valve open. Okay? Duration is the width of your eccentric. Okay? When does the cam start moving to the eccentric part of the cam, the egg-shaped part, and when does it end? What's the width there? That's duration. Duration governs how long your valve stays open, right? Lobe separation angle is the difference in time between the exhaust and the intake stroke. So, when the valve's open, that has to do with a little bit with valve timing. But the cam, how we put the cam in this, because you have
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You have fixed cam bearings here. Note that the cam does, in this particular engine's design, doesn't have a journal. It doesn't have a journal that separates into two pieces. Now, that's kind of weird. That's kind of old school doing that like that. So how we would take this cam and put it in, that doesn't mean that the cam doesn't have cam bearings either. The cam will have bearings very similar to the crankshaft. They're just little tabs of metal that go in these holes right here. So what we'd do is we'd put the cam in here like this, right? Bear with me, right? And then we'd do that. There you go. Hey, likes, 88-month resub. 88. Okay, now, the cam should have a retainer plate. Now, for whatever reason, Topless chose to put the retainer plate on the back. I don't understand that, considering you'd maybe in this design you do install the cam from the back. I maybe installed it backwards. But on like a V8, you'd usually put the cam in from the front. But yeah, doesn't matter. So right here is the camshaft retainer plate. It's a plate to make sure that the cam doesn't move back and forth. Camshafts and crankshafts too, for what it's worth, can generate thrust. Yeah, you heard that right. That's the mechanical term for it. They generate thrust. The crankshaft, sometimes it wants to move. It wants to move forward and backwards. The crankshaft would have what's called a thrust bearing. It's a bearing that's designed to keep the thing centered in the crank or in the engine block. Thrust in this particular scenario would be the crank wanting to move forward. That happens. It wants to.
Voi vittujen kevät. Saatana. Vittu. Saatana.
So this retainer plate makes sure the cam doesn't fly out the front when it's spinning. We don't want that. That would be not preferable at all. All right, so that's the camshaft retainer plate. The camshaft retainer plate is in position. Let's rotate this bad boy around again. Okay. There you go. We're good, man. That's the top end of the engine. Now, what we need is the camshaft sprocket. We need this bad boy. This bad boy should go right there. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Yeah, in this engine design, you'd insert the cam from the back of the engine. Nice. So, this has a timing mark on it. See that little notch in the cam sprocket? That needs to be lined up with that dowel. If it ain't lined up with that dowel, your valves don't open at the same time. Or at the right time, I should say. Yeah, you don't want that. So how you do this is you tighten down the bolt, you torque it to spec, and then you turn this bad boy and get that mark aligned. Perfect. There we go. Piston jiggle's weird, man. Feels wrong. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. Now we get our...
Voi vittu. Voi vittujen vittu. Mitä helvet? Perkele. Saatana. Saatana.
Can you install cams backwards? No, they're indexed in a way, Flykin, on a V8 that it only goes in one way.
Saatana.
The camshaft usually has a pilot dowel. A pilot dowel on the front that locates the sprocket before you tighten the bolt down. And if you put it in backwards, it won't fit.
Mitä helvettiä? Jumalauta. Voi saatana.
I'm gonna head up and leave a follow. It came from the Gnaz raid. All right, Snickers, thanks, man.
Jumalauta.
And Gnaz, thank you very much for the raid once again. I do appreciate you, buddy. I was just kind of in the middle of this. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Yeah, cursing profusely is part of the engine build. Thank you very much. All right, so now we need our timing belt. Whoop. The timing belt. Oh, it wants us to... Okay. Can't put the timing belt on just yet. We're going to need to put the auxiliary... We have to put the auxiliary shaft in, which is no problem. That's easy. The auxiliary shaft in this particular engine design, because it's an overhead cam, is what's going to drive our oil pump and our distributor. Most engines nowadays do not have something like this. But the timing belt does pick up on it, and it's important. Have you given your donation of blood to this engine? No, but I gave some to the snowblower. Does that help? So like I said, the auxiliary shaft is there to drive the distributor, which controls what's called ignition timing, right? And I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts that probably drives the oil pump as well. Now we need an auxiliary shaft sprocket right there. And then we need to tighten that bad boy down. Hello? Now, see, this one, when I try to tighten it even more, it doesn't change anything. All right, so now we take the timing belt and boom, there it is. So your timing belt uses what's called an idler and an idler tensioner in this design. This thing right here is designed to keep the belt tight. You do not want this belt slipping. If it slips on any of these pulleys, your valves move out of time and the engine gets very unhappy. The relationship between the crankshaft rotation and the camshaft rotation is very, 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 very important. Now, interesting thing. Forgot one bolt. Third screw there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, okay. Give me 1 second. You just picked up a rear end. That's fine. Yeah, sure. You just picked that up by accident, you know? Give me 1 second. Let me finish this up. Yeah, if it's a non-interference engine, you're not going to be too screwed. But if you have an interference engine, you're going to have a bad day. Interference engines mean that when the valve lifts, it violates the space of the piston at top dead center, right? Engines do this to make a smaller combustion chamber and make what's called a higher compression ratio. If the valve opening... The valve is designed to open and the piston, the valve closes, the piston comes up, right? And it's an interference engine. Basically, the valve can open. If the valve fully open and the piston at top dead center are kind of trying to share space, if you skip a belt, you're screwed. The engine will grenade itself. Again, you do not want to have metal contacting metal anywhere in an engine ever. Period. Full stop. There we go. No, Pigeon, I've never done that. So for these types of engines, are the belts different? So this belt would have ridges. It would look like a gear tooth on one side, but Topless didn't model it. And these are sprockets. That's the difference. I mean, it's a pulley. That's the difference between a sprocket and a gear. A sprocket is designed to drive a belt. A gear drives a chain. I mean, if you really wanted to know. See how it has these ridges? And the belt has the texture for it. See that? There's ridges, and those ridges pick up on those teeth. Yeah, it's texture. That's fine. So there you go. Now, what we can do is take our funky valve cover right here, and we put the valve cover on the top. And just like everything else, we tighten the valve cover down. Middle out. Always do that. You don't want to pinch a valve cover gasket. Pinching valve cover gaskets, yeah, make oil unhappy. Will the engine be painted brown? I actually think we should go pick up some blue spray paint. That we should spray paint it Ford blue. Ford blue is very similar to NASA blue for what it's worth. So there you go. That's the mechanical components of the engine. We could put the distributor and everything else in there, but that's the upper and lower ends, dude. That's it. That's how you do it. It's not hard. It's really not. It's not rocket science. This stuff is not as complicated as it looks. If you have a basic understanding of simple tools, this will work just fine. You'll understand it just fine, I mean. I'm going to put my extra journals and pistons and stuff over here. We can drive it now? I wouldn't. So, I'm still missing a clutch pressure plate, I think. Let me just move this out and we'll get to auxiliary parts as well. I don't know why my character's so stressed out. We're just building an engine. go. Keep everything nice and neat, or else you'll be spending a lot of your time looking for tools like I do in my actual shop.
Voi vittu. Saatana. Perkele. No mitä
All right, let's
helvettiä?
stop. Get something to drink.
No voi helvettiä. Ei saatana. Voi vittu.
Should probably start the stupid sauna.
Jumalauta.
Because my guy is basically having a panic attack from sitting in his garage, which is very weird, but whatever.
Jumalauta. Voi vittujen kevät. Saatana. Voi vittujen vittu. Ei saatana. Perkele. Voi vittu. Saatana.
Is this thing out of batteries for real? This thing just gave me the battery beeping noise. Can't be everyone's happy place. Yeah, that's a good point.
No voi helvetti.
Is it possible to do a shut?
Saatana.
Is it possible to shut a piston off in an old design like this?
Jumalauta. Vittujen vittu.
No.
Saatana. Voi
No.
vittujen vittu. Ei
No.
saatana.
Shutting a piston off involves
Voi vittujen kevät.
shutting a piston off
Perkele.
involves you need electronic fuel injection to do that, dude. Without EFI, you're not gonna do that.
Saatana. No voi helvetti.
This does not have
Perkele.
electronic fuel
No voi
injection.
Ei saatana. No mitä helvettiä. No voi helvetti. Vittu.
My headset ran out of batteries. If you have electronic lifters, yeah,
Vittujen
sure,
kevät.
Bill, right?
Saatana.
You need electronics for that, Seacracken, yeah.
Voi vittujen vittu. Voi saatana.
Bison, yeah, no problem. I love motors. Motors are cool. I like mechanical things. Mechanical things are awesome.
No voi helvetti. No voi
You had one
helvetti.
piston shut off on an 81 CB650, but not on purpose. Yeah.
Saatana.
Yeah, that
Mitä
happens.
No mitä helvettiä.
I mean, Seacracken, you could just unplug a spark plug wire, but the thing is your spark plug wouldn't go off, but your engine would still be
Voi
spraying fuel in there.
saatana.
I mean, it would keep the piston cool, but yeah, not recommended. All right, so there we go. Timing cover's on, and that's all the mechanical components for the engine. What headset do you have?
Jumalauta.
One that's usually wireless.
Voi saatana. Vittu. Ei saatana. Vittu. Voi
All right.
vittu.
So these are spares. I'll put it over here with my spare parts. All right, let's put the rest of this sucker together. Put that rear end back down. I'm not sure we're going to put the starter on today, but we'll see. We're going to need a crank pulley. Yeah, I already have one over here. Okay, cool. We're going to need a water pump. I don't know if that one's good. Should probably wait, but whatever. I'll put it on here now for fun. We're going to need a water pump pulley. We're going to need a thermostat. As far as I can tell, there's no difference between any of the thermostats, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. Those are cam followers. That's empty. And then this is an alternator. You can shut off pistons mechanically. Cadillac did it in the 50s, but they had to do it pneumatically and basically made a mechanical computer complicated as all heck. Are you familiar with anecdotal evidence, Tessa? And how one statistical anomaly in a sea of things that aren't that is an exception to the rule and doesn't prove it? Are you familiar with this at all? Most mechanical engines, like 99% of them, need a computer to require a changeable displacement. So cylinder deactivation, right? Cadillac did it once in the 50s. And note that they didn't do it again. Let's not confuse people here. There might be people here that don't know about this. So, you know, let's not do that. That is a exception to the rule. Anyway. Cadillac in 1981. I see a lot of you are talking about the 864. That required a computer. It required a computer to govern operation. And, well, the computer didn't work a lot. And 864s were so badly engineered that Cadillac recalled them and just took the whole 864 MDS off of there and replaced it with regular fuel injection or Crossfire or something else. They only made 864 for a couple of months, 1 year, because it was so bad. Nobody wanted it. This thing right here is the harmonic balancer. Well, oh no. Really? You can turn the engine over. Why? Okay. The reason why that freaked me out, why is that in the game? Why do you need that? Why do you need to be able to turn the motor over? Lining up the flex plate bolts on automatic cars? Yeah. Was the crank aligned? I have no idea. Off comes the timing cover. I just assumed that you couldn't turn the motor over like summer car. So that one's on me, fellas. You set your valve lash? Do you have to do that with this? See, guys, that makes no sense. I can't adjust this with the timing cover off. Or not that it makes no sense. Hold on. Is that actually moving the pistons up and down in the bore? It is. Whoa. Huh. Oh, that's super cool. And yeah, do we have a timing mark or something on this? There is a timing mark. We're 180 out. Oh boy. Yep, we were 180 out. So, what does 180 out mean? All right, fellas, look. See the cam pulley? The cam pulley is big. The crank pulley is small. The cam pulley is twice the circumference of your crank pulley. Why? Anybody know? Who's been paying attention? Remember, 4-stroke cycle. In a 4-stroke cycle, the piston has to go up and down 2 times, right? It has to go up and down 2 times. So, 2 rotations of the camshaft for every 1 rotation of the crankshaft. No, reverse that. 2 rotations of the crankshaft, 1 rotation of the camshaft. So the cam pulley is twice the size. It's twice the diameter of your crank pulley. So what we're going to do here... There we go. So see the mark? The mark is lined up. And now what you'd really do here, if we really wanted to be slick, we would degree this cam. But, you know, it's summer car. We don't need to do that. At least I hope you don't need to do that. That would be very unfortunate if you had to do that. No, I don't want to pick that up because I'm not pointed at it. Okay. Okay. Please look, the guide for valve lashing, it's way involved now. Nah, I don't think I will. I decided I don't want to just now. Now watch. If we do this, and we get that hash mark, 180 out, we get it pointed straight down. That's not that should. All right, whatever. Just ignore that. Two rotations of the two rotations of the crankshaft is one rotation of the cam. That's not right at all. Yeah, that's yeah. It isn't animated correctly. That's yeah. That shouldn't do that. But we're all degreed. We're good to go. I also did not see any adjustment with those damn cams here, but I don't know, unless we can adjust the rocker shafts. Let's pull the How are you gonna set valve lash with no feeler gauge, wizard? Are you sure? Are you sure it was this game? We don't have feelers. There's no way to set valve lash. I mean, you can fudge it, I suppose. That's dumb. You can't set lash without a damn feeler gauge. But whatever, it's a game. I get it. Right? Jeez. I don't know how many turns this thing actually needs to get this right. Looks like we need a wrench to do this. You gotta set valve lash. That's really stupid. We don't have a feeler gauge, so we're just arbitrarily turning bolts.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Whatever. I mean, you had to do that in summer car as well, so. Don't need feelers for zero lash. Yeah. I see what this wants. All right. So what? Can we turn this with the wrench, or you guys said the screwdriver? What does the screwdriver do? What is valve lash? Valve lash is a way to... Okay, so lash... I can't get a good picture. Tessa, it's that gap right there. Valve lash is the amount of tolerance between the rocker arm and the top of the valve. So the valve stem is what it's called. Bring back memories. Where's my timing light? So setting the lash on these, you want a little bit of play, right? You need a little bit of space in between them, but you don't want too much space because then it's going to chatter like a typewriter and break. But you need a little bit of space so oil can get in there. Dude, if we have to set lash, oh, this sucks. This is gonna take forever because you have to do it for every valve. Oh, that's way more complicated. All right. That's way more complicated than summer car. That, you have to do it 8 times. Yeah. You have to do it 8 times. Okay. That's why you can turn the engine. That's why Topless put that in the game. And that's why the pistons move. Which is actually super cool, but...
Voi saatana. Perkele. Voi vittu.
So those things are undone. So we got to find the right wrench. Which one is it? And we need to be able to turn that screw on the rocker arm. You see that? You turn that and it actually will set your lash. The reason why you need a feeler gauge is something that you would use to check the tolerance in here. Yeah, it's abstracted, so you just... Rockers need to be set at 57 to 58. What wrench do we use, Moist? Oh, never mind, I found it. Which one is it? It's a 12. Oh, will it let you use the ratchet? Oh, that makes this a little bit easier. But, okay, so we have to set 1 to top dead center, which... Lovely. Crap, I don't know if we're 180 out at this point. That piston does seem to be at the close to the top of its bore, but spin the motor and watch the valves. Don't tell me the valves like actually compress up here. So you need top dead center on the compression stroke. So you need to be halfway through the 4-stroke cycle to do this right. The rocker arms are not animating. It's an interference engine. Oh, no. Oh, this sucks, dude. Okay. In real life, you just need the valve you adjusted to be closed. You don't have to have it at top dead center. I need more light here. We got to put this down on the floor so I can see it. I'm going to go ahead and hope and pray that this game does not, that you don't have to have the timing set. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 20, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. That's what you guys were saying, right?
Voi vittujen kevätana. Perkele. Voi vit.
I don't have any
Perkele.
smokes on me, living room. You need to set the spring with the screwdriver. It's crooked now. I know. That's removable, that's tilted, and that's on. Oh my goodness. All right, the eccentric, the lobe is not riding there, so, okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. It's bottomed out. Oh, it's bottomed out. Is it possible to build an engine in a way that it could explode? Yes, engines constantly explode. They have explosions inside of it. You just don't want the explosion to come out. Got to bottom them out first. Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, I got it. All right. I have to restart. I get it. I'm going to bottom all of them out right now. Bottom them all out, then 57. Now count and finish. Yiski, Koski, Kolmi. No, thank you. Man, I just want a hydraulic flat tap it. Give me a hydraulic flat tap it, Cam. This is stupid.
Voi saatana. Voi vittujen kevää. Vittujen saatana. Jumalauta. Voi vittujen vittu. Saatana. Voi saatana. Voi helvetti. Vittu. Voi vittu. Voi vittujen kevää. Voi helvetti. Saatana. No mitä helvettiä? Voi vittu. Perkele. Jumalauta.
They're all bottomed out. All right. So give me the wrench. I like doing this slowly so we can do it right. Is the sauna on? We should probably turn it on. Sauna is on. It's on a timer, though. The timer should run out before it gets too hot in there. Covering the Starlink in 110 minutes. I said we would go all the way to it. Sure. Would you rather be working on the snowblower right now? No, I finished the snowblower. So, fellas, I got a question. Do you have to turn the cam? So the lobes, oh no, the lobes are clipping through the lifter arm. Okay, cool. It's just adjusting each one. Got it. It's abstracted. Okay, I get it. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. Okay, that's one. Okay, cool. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. We've done 3. So 1, 2, 3. All right, 4th one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. Alright, we'll do the other 4 tomorrow. In-game. Coveralls are off. They're on the kitchen table. It's almost warm enough in here. Well, then they aren't covering anything. This thing isn't up to temp yet. I'm wondering if you can kind of not freeze your balls off if we keep the doors shut. Ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. Freaking headset's been running out of batteries lately. It's pissing me off. I think it may have had to do with when I Oh, the headset didn't shut off that time. That was just sound went out. That was weird.
Voi vittu.
We won 4, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. There's heaters on both sides, Mutter, I know.
Ei saatana.
31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. Last one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. Cool, we're done. Sweet. Just put that, and let's get out of here. Shut that off, open this up, close that, go out here, go in here like this, not stop freezing our balls off because something tells me it's ridiculously cold in game. It's minus 45 degrees Celsius. That's great.
Voi vittu.
Yep. How warm is it in here? Oh, it's very warm in here. And Ay, 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 ay. It's 90 centigrade in here. I took the coveralls off, guys. They're right below me. ESAR scrubbed. They had a big problem with one of their pressure control valves, Sig. They're, yeah, that's why we didn't cover it. I should probably go get my damn coveralls. They're still in there. The crank timing mark is at 10 o'clock, Drew. Did I screw it up? Oh, please don't tell me I screwed it up. I don't think that matters too much, dude. At least with the with setting valve lash. In real life it does, but not in this, I don't think. I'm really hoping, or else we're gonna go to start that and it's, if you start the motor and it sounds like a chattering skeleton, like, yeah, that's bad. Okay, coveralls are on the table right there. Time is it in game? Oh, it's very late. Ay, 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 ay.
Ai, 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 ai.
As long as the timing belt wasn't on, you'll be okay. It was. But I lined up the hash marks, dude. The hash marks are lined. Move its stat. No, dude, the mark. Does the ticking on startup mean too tight or too loose? Usually too loose. Too tight, your engine overheats. Is it still... Oh, no. Okay, it's only minus 30. We're good. If it was aligned properly, it should be okay. All right, you tell me. Look, I turned the crankshaft 360 degrees and the camshaft moved 360 degrees, which is not how that works at all in real life. But look, you tell me. Is that all you need to do here, Moist? That and that. Right? They're pointed straight at each other. Is that right? Do you know about the garage heaters? Yeah, of course I do. You just don't want to pay for more of an electric bill, but we can flip them on if you really want. How did I grab a quarter panel? I am so confused. How did that happen? Dude, I played so much Summer Car, I always forget to do that. The lower cog needs to face the metal notch at 10 o'clock. What? That... Okay, so the cam is in the right spot, right? And we need to put this bad boy on here. The piston is going up and down. You can see it. It's kind of clipping through the jacket, but whatever. Oh, I went past it. That's not... Whatever. There you go. Like that. Yes, you got it now. Okay, cool. All right, yeah. Just use a timing chain. I hate timing belts. Use a timing chain like a normal frickin' engine. Okay. That's degreed right, yeah? Now, does it look like it's at TDC? Absolutely. Yep. Number one's at top dead center. Now, whether that's TDC on the intake stroke or TDC on the compression stroke, we're going to have to, I don't know, we'll find out. Does it matter? In real life, it would. In real life, it would matter a lot. Why do my bolts not make any noise now, all of a sudden? I broke it. I broke the game. Wait, what are we talking about, SVO? You're talking about the relationship between the crank and the cam. Think about it. Out doesn't exist. You say so, man. No, I didn't, Dr. Death. I will. All right, sweet. The only thing that matters in that relation is ignition timing. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I get it. You doing this can screw up the valve since it wasn't timed right. But I... Does that always do that? This, I set this correctly. It's... The lobes were clipping, Moist. That shouldn't, honestly, that shouldn't matter. These things don't animate. Look, the lobe's clipping through. It's clipping through the feeler, the rocker arm. If these things were moving up and down, then yeah, I would be like, okay, we got a big problem here, but they're not. And the, yeah, that's, we're gonna go through with it. Looks like he's talking about the clips. I don't know what he's talking about. I have honestly no idea. Okay. Cool. Let's just keep moving with the front of the engine then. Which one of these wants the water pump? You can't put that stuff on with the timing cover. I know you did, but you rotated the assembly by the wrench. I don't know if that matters in this game, but in real life, the pistons are hitting the valves. I would really hope that that doesn't matter. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb here and say it probably doesn't matter in this game. In real life, yeah. In real life, we would have screwed that all up completely because... Yeah. What it sees, it wouldn't turn. You'd go to start it and it'd just go... Nope, bigger. One more. 8mm. That's the pulley for the water pump. There we go. Cover. No, hold up. Thermostat should go right there. Thermostat housing should go right in front of it. There. I'm wondering if it'll let me get that timing cover on there with that thermostat housing. Most likely not. Yeah, this thing's a little more complicated than the The fan goes there, that's why they aren't tight. Oh.
No niin, päivällisehtoollista.
Okay. He needs firewood. That's good. We need the cash. Because it was very cold. We're using a regular radiator. I don't have the electric fan radiator, so let's do this, and that should... Yeah, okay, cool. But also, we need that, and then we need... Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah! Kick it! Score. All right. Did that reclock that thing in the right position? It did. Good. Yay. Dude, no wonder this took so long. Topless entirely recoded how the engine like works in this game. It's totally recoded. The one in my summer car, the Satsuma, did not do this. Yeah, like the whole thing has been recoded. It looks similar, but it's not. It's not. This is not the same at all. Yeah, the whole part system was redone. Yeah, exactly, dude.
Oh, this is space. I'm in
Most
space.
wanted 5 subs. Thank you very much. Starlink is delayed to 11:09. Oh, all right, no problem. Wait until you put the front suspension together. Fan belt now? Yeah, we should get the fan belt, but we need the alternator. The alternator needs to move. We don't have the fan belt for it yet, so. Wombinator. Yep. Now we can put the carb on. This is just a single barrel carburetor. We'll just put the single barrel on for now. Are you seeing if the out can events overflow with boxes? The pit can overflow with boxes. No. Not really my intention. I'm just getting them out of the way. You are confused about chirping birds, Pigeon. No intake manifold gaskets are needed. And then the exhaust header would go right there. Oh, yeah, baby. All right, we need a distributor. Boom. We don't have plugs yet, but whatever. Yeah, we set the ignition timing here. What's the difference between a manifold and a header? Headers are usually tubes. They're all tubes that connect together. A manifold is a single cast piece like that in car terminology. That's a manifold. That's a header. See the difference? There should be a set screw on the distributor to be able to change the ignition timing. Yep. We should. We should be able to just back that screw off a little bit, and then we should be able to move this. Yeah, you can, but I don't know what's advancing or retarding the ignition timing there. I don't know which way is which. It depends on which way the cap spins.
Oi mei jälleen kaivo.
Yep. Do headers add horsepower since all the tubes are the same length? Well, there's equal length headers, and then there's just headers. Those are no, those go 2 into 1 into so it's 2 into 1 into 4. Those aren't equal. Equal lengths will allow the engine to breathe better, but yeah, those headers aren't equal length. At least I don't think. I mean, they might. I'm not sure if that is like that. That's not. Yeah. Headers don't have to be equal length. Equal length headers is a thing. Those are non-equal length headers, but they do allow the engine to breathe better. Now, the distributor here, guys, if you're wondering, the distributor is driven off of the auxiliary drive here. What this distributor does is it sets your ignition timing. So it's basically the mechanical governance for when the spark plugs go off. And it's a cap, and inside the cap is a rotor with a condenser and then a point, right? So basically you hook the coil up to the center here, and the center here charges the rotor, right? And the condenser. And what happens is when that rotor spins, there's an eccentric, a 4-lobed eccentric piece on the shaft right there. And it opens and closes a point, and it causes a signal interruption that causes the coil to discharge down through the rotor, down one of the ignition wires into the spark plug. Now we don't have spark plugs on this just yet. In reality, in real life, you could put the distributor in and not put the ignition wires on, but this game doesn't do that. So yeah, basically this thing is your mechanical interruption to tell the spark plugs to fire at the right time. It uses what's called a condenser and points. Basically, there's a capacitor in there. And when the signal gets interrupted, the capacitor shoots off, right? And it shoots 4 times every rotation, 1 for each cylinder. It's old school, yeah. Captain rotors, dude. This is all mechanical, yes. Every single thing here is mechanical. There's no computers in this car. Now, the other thing we need to put in is the fuel pump. And I have no honking idea where it goes. I found out where it goes. The fuel pump is a plunger. That's basically what mechanical fuel pumps do, guys. There's a plunger in here. I'm serious. It's a plunger. And in this particular design, the plunger's on a rod. There's a push rod right here. And the push rod is on an eccentric. There's a cam on the auxiliary shaft. And that pushes the plunger up and down. I'm serious. It's just... That's it. That's what a mechanical fuel pump is. Actually, I have one. I can show you. I have one lying around. So this one is a little bit different, dudes, but if we go here, if you look, so this is a mechanical fuel pump. There's a diaphragm in here. It's a plunger. In this particular design, this would be riding on a camshaft on a V8, or it could be the crank. But watch, listen. Let me put this up to the microphone, okay? Hear that noise? Hear that? You can hear the plunger working. That. So what this does, a lobe hits this, right? And it pushes it down. And it pushes the plunger up and down. And one of these is connected to your fuel tank, and the other one goes to the engine. When the plunger goes up and down, it sucks fuel from the fuel tank and pushes it towards the carburetor. Here, ready? Listen. Yeah, it doesn't. I didn't. That's the right way to do it, right? Yeah, you can't really hear it, but there you go. It's just a plunger. That's how mechanical fuel pumps work. It's just like if you took a plunger and just moved it up and down. It'll pull in from here and it'll push out there. Yep. This is a mechanical fuel pump for a small block Ford, by the way, if anybody cares. It's just a mechanical fuel pump. On a modern car, you just have electronic. You'd have an electronic fuel pump. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just a plunger. I have a lot of parts lying around. That's what happens when you have an auto shop. So that thing, instead of being actuated on a rocking arm back and forth, it's actuated on an eccentric on the auxiliary shaft in this motor design. And then see, that would be where we hook the fuel line up, and then that goes up through a fuel filter, and then it goes up into your carburetor bowl. Modern direct injection engines have a mechanical fuel pump also. It works similarly, usually located on the valve cover. What? Really, Bill? Huh. Till. Today I learned. Tune-ups used to be a big deal. Yeah, now the computer tunes everything for you. In a modern car. Alright, dudes. That's pretty much it. The next thing to go on, that's the front of the motor. That's everything. We would be... So, the thermostat right there is basically using memory metal. When it'll block off your coolant return line right here, and when the back of the motor reaches a certain, it'll basically hold coolant inside of the engine, right? And then when the motor gets to a certain temp, it'll heat up the metal, and the metal will deform, and your thermostat will open. We would be slathering this with RTV, with Permatex, room temperature vulcanization cream, to make sure that there's no leaks. And what this does is when the thermostat opens, it'll shoot the coolant back to your radiator. It'll go through the radiator, and then it'll be picked up by the water pump and go back into the engine. And then this water pump has the heater hoses on it too. See the heater hose? That's to go to the heater coil so the heater works, because this game takes place in winter time. Will this be on the test? Yeah, Popsky. Hey, what's up, man? Congratulations. Congratulations, dude. Good for you. Thank you. Absolutely, man. How you doing? And yes, it will be on the test, dude. Damn. You know me. You know, I'm just doing my shtick. I'm trying to teach people things and also game at the same time. Anyway, if you guys don't know Popsky, Popsky's does a lot of chiptunes music. He's a good dude. Good buddy of mine. We've known each other for a long time. See last. What's up, Geeson? 10 plus years. Dude, PAX 2012. PAX 2012. PAX 2012. What the hell, dude? No, dude, it was 12. I'm like pretty damn sure. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't know. It was either way, it was a long time ago. You were still in high school in 12. Okay, maybe not 12, maybe 13 or something, dude. Crazy, dude. Geeson, what's your last? Did you know that the engines that use direct injection are keto? There's no carbs. That's awful. Pretty sure it was 14. That sounds right. Maybe 13 or 14, dude. But either way, it's easily a decade out. That's crazy. So that's the rear plate. This is just a metal plate that allows you to... It covers up the transmission for the most part. This is the flywheel right here that we're going to put on this thing now. If the game lets me. There we go. The flywheel has a ring gear on the outside of it right there, and that ring gear is what the starter motor turns when you go to start the engine. How am I using this? Use the ratchet. Oh, the other thing we can do, if we want to be super cool, is... Yeah! Alright. Put the air filter on. Look at that. What kind of copium is this? Did I tighten the fuel pump? I don't think so. I think I maybe forgot. Flip her around. Yeah, that needs to be tight or else, yeah, gonna have a bad time. Gonna have a bad time. There we go. All right. Nice. Anyway, Pops, it's good to see you, man. That's awesome. So the flywheel is attached on 6 bolts to the crankshaft. There we go. Yes, sir. How heavy is that engine? In real life, this engine is probably, I don't know. At this point, guys, what would you think? 400 or 500 pounds? Yeah, maybe a little bit less. Yeah, no, that's about right. Can you replace the fuel filter? No. Strong table? Yeah. Well, you'd be working on this on an engine stand in real life. So the clutch disc would ride there, but we do not have a clutch pressure plate. I have a cover, but we don't have a pressure plate. We need a clutch pressure plate. Before we go any further, that's a part that we do not have. But that is everything. I have to put the belt on to spin the alternator and the water pump, but there you go, guys. That's it. This engine should work. Now that I said that, it's probably not, but that's the idea. Yo, if you check Discord, I sent you a song that Popsky made for you. If you want to play it, you can. There's no lyrics. Yeah, you and like 6 other people have sent me stuff. Rocket Lab had a tank explode. That's why my DMs were going off. Oh no. Read my previous message about the distributor. Try to get the distributor as close to plus 12 timing. It's the right side. Center it and then 3 clicks. Make sure it turns counterclockwise. That's got to be minus 12, dude. You wouldn't want... Oh no, advanced. Yeah. You'd want advanced. You'd want to advance the timing. 12 degrees BTDC. Got it. Yeah, let me... Before we get into all that, dudes, let me mess with this. Make sure it's spinning counterclockwise, you said? There we go. That's 12 clicks. Okay. Actually, dude, that's interesting that you can advance the time. Well, I mean, you could do that in Summer Car now that I'm thinking about it. But yeah, interesting that you can advance the timing like that. Yeah, Rocket Lab had a tank explode. It was the test tank, I think. Let me see. Oh. Pat, my buddy Pat took these pictures. That's not good. Hang on. Pushes the limits of neutrons beyond qualified systems for launch. Qualification of the Stage 1 tank overnight resulted in a rupture during hydrostatic pressure trials. Testing failures are not uncommon. No significant damage to test facilities. The next Stage 1 is already in production. Ooh, that's a little bit of a setback, man. That's not great. Does that mean it's not coming on then? Yeah, that's exactly what that means. It might take 4 batteries to start the car, but what I've said is close. What do you mean, by the way? Why would it take 4 batteries to start the car? Oh, we can't go any further because I don't have the clutch pressure plate, though, dudes. They go dead after 20 seconds of cranking. Just start it up when it's warm. I wonder if the game will let us put the transmission on it. You guys are saying the transmission needs to be in the car before, right? They go dead after 20 seconds of cranking. Yeah, okay. Well, if we heat up the garage, then no, it doesn't. If we heat up the garage, you get the car to start in here, then that's no big deal. Right? I have the coil for this, but the coil it seems to attach to the car in this design, so. Can we attach a radiator hose? No, guess not. Okay. Sweet. There's your motor. Ready. Besides the pressure plate, what else do you need? Oil filter, spark plugs, belt. Now take it apart and paint it. No. No. That doesn't work. Oh well. Oops, I opened up the starter by accident. Yeah, that's right, Bill. They would paint the engines assembled if we wanted it to be factory. Conan, you're going to hit the hay. Thanks for a great stream. Learned a lot about how an engine works tonight. There you go. Clutch plate. I must be muted. No, you're not. Drew, I'm just... Yeah. Yeah, I did a lot of work today. Did it just paint that bumper? I don't think so. Doesn't look painted to me. Yeah, paint that oil filter pedestal. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you want to make sure that you get all the paint up in there, you know, just for protection. Nope. So, I have the clutch cover plate. But we need the pressure plate, I think, too. Yeah, that's not gonna do that. At least I think we need the pressure plate. What is the sledgehammer used for? Getting dents out of the car? Yeah, you just paint the oil galleries for added, you know, lubricity. For the oil galleries, you know. That's good for it, right? Don't forget Loctite on the filter too. Oh, yeah. You don't want it coming off, right? Okay. Can you do suspension before installing the motor? Yeah. You actually want to fill them with sawdust. It helps with oil retention. Yeah, it'll, you know, all the oil would absorb so you can add more oil. Yeah, that's what you want. Yeah, we got to make sure the hot bungaris. Oh, dude, the dent isn't there anymore. Hot bungaris. Hot bungaris in your areas. We got to make sure that we get all the hot bungarises. Sawdust and sand, that's the best. Yeah, you're not wrong. Wisco, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Don't do any of what we're saying. Just in case anybody's like, what? Shutting the dang heaters in here off. There you go. Yeah, you gotta, if you want to thicken up your oil. No oil. Alright, dudes. That's the engine, baby. We still need plugs, and we need an oil filter, and we need a belt. But that's about it. Alright. So it's back to the money grind for a little bit. I still need one more upper and lower link. I have the springs and I need a shock absorber. Over here, we just need the front left brake assembly. So let's, what time is it? Oh, getting a little late. Let's head into town. Actually, we should chop all the wood first. Yeah, the heaters are all off.
Me vaan tehdään niin kuin pitää, kun kiekko menee häkkiin, pojat kalpenee melko
Kurpa, kura sun pallo, ei kuka meikä tallo.
maalin jälkeen maalin kumput voitto
Vittujen perkele! Ei saa. No mitä helve? Oi vittu. Vittu.
I need,
Jumalauta. No mitä helve? Oi vittujen perkele. Vittu. Jumalauta.
Hey Drew, I walked away for a bit. Did you see that the crank timing mark is at 10 o'clock, not 12? Yeah. Yeah, I figured that one out. You line it up with the ignition timing mark, which is... Alright.
Ei saatana. No voi helvetti. No mitä helvettiä? Saatana. Saatana. Vittu. Ei saatana. Vittujen vittu. Ei saatana. Voi vittu. Jumalauta! Voi vittu.
All right, that engine's made. It only took us 2 days in game.
Väliin. Nivassa.
All right, let's shut all this off here. Shut it down. Shut it down now. Let's, firewood. Who's the grid? Who's your job? Yeah, shut it down. Shut it down now. It could also be Ghostbusters. Everything was fine here until Dickless shut off the power grid. Is that true? Yes. This man has no dick. Shut off grid 212. What are you, crazy? Are you telling me? Shut it down. Shut it down now. Out of gear. Exit driving mode. Attach trailer. Go over here. Back up to the wood chipper. Freaking wood chipper, dude. All right, we need 14 logs. Two. Three. Four. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. $13. 14. All right, perfect. Now we just feed the logs. Somebody gifted a sub to the Kraken bot. Oh, thank you. I gotta get that thing permanent sub. Did I get today's update? Yeah, can't give it now. No, permanent sub. You can gift a permanent subscription, and it doesn't cost anything, and you give it to bots for that reason. I gotta do it. I never did it.
Se on taas Kortsu Kaikkonen tässä. Se on Veikka Seikkailu. Teillä kuulijat siellä kotona on mahdollisuus päästä mukaan pelaamaan suoraan kotoa näppäin puhelimen avulla. Tehän ette tietysti näe mitä ruudulla tapahtuu, mutta teidän ystävänne Kortsu.
Yeah, something like that.
Numero on kaikille tuttu, niin sitä ei tarvitse kirjoitella. Sulla pääsee loppupäivänä sintoon. Mistä sitten katsotaan, kuka pääsee pelaamaan tänne meidän suoraan lähetykseen. Lähdäs katsoa, että kuka siellä on ekana linjoilla.
Hey, Drewnard, thanks for the $5 Canadian super chat. Appreciate it, man.
No terve Liisa. Mistä sä soit? Ihan Oulusta. Okei, eli aika lähellä tästä sitten. Mitä sä harrastat? Taipoluistelu, okei, eli siellä kaikennäköisiä pirrulettejä ja pirruletteja, mitä näitä nyt onkaan pyöritellään, joo. Mitäs porukat tekee työkseen? Ihan, että äiti on paljon yksinään kotona siellä. Mahtako hän tarvita päiväkahvi seuraa? No joo.
Yeah, it'd probably be better to do it in the day, in the daytime. Kind of sucks because we missed the Marchetti. We missed the Monday to Thursday Marchetti. But Joo, eli tää Juuso liikkuu niinku automaattisesti ja pysähtyy, kun tulee jotain mielenkiintoista vasteesta. Pysähtyy, niin yleensä sit tulee jotain örkkeitä, mitä ampuu ja silleen. we cheated in the
Ykkösestä kolmoseen, niin tää ampuu ylös, niin vasemmalle ylös, suoraan ylös kakkonesesta ja kolmosesta oikealle ylös. Ja sitten nelosesta se ampuu vasemmalle, kutosesta oikealle ja sitten vitosesta se niinku puukottaa suoraan eteenpäin. Sitten jos siinä on jotain mörkkejä maassa, niin kakkoset se alkaa polkea niitä ja sit jos tulee oikein hätää, niin siinä kun painat nollaan, niin siinä on semmonen paniikkinappula, että just näkyy kaikki siinä mitä on. Sitä kannattaa käyttää tuosta viimeisellä hämäänä, koska niitä ei oo yksi käytössä. Joo, tää on ihan yksinkertainen, että lähdetään vaan pelaamaan, niin laitan tästä ihmisen päälle ja katsotaan mitä tästä tulee. Mä en tiedä mitä tästä tulee, mä lähdetään kattoo, että mitä tästä oikein tulee.
the parts you're missing purchasable.
Okei, siinä aukesi sun ensimmäinen ovi ja se Juuso lähtee talsittaa käytävällä tällä pimeällä eikä mitään. Ja
Did I miss the engine being built? Yep.
pitäis tulla. Sieltä tulee ylhäältä. Nyt ammut kakkosta painat ja sehän rupee ampuu sinne
How's the grind today? It's alright, Trojan. Oh, not bad. I spent the first part of the stream rebuilding my snowblower. Because we're about to get wailed on with snow. So, you know, I got that going for me. We did it. It runs. And then the second half I built the engine in summer car. So it's just been, we're just doing all kinds of mechanical stuff today. So I got that going.
Kasia hakkaat, siinä on kasia vaan kasi. Siinä on kymmeniä torakoita. Joo. Kauhean. Nyt tulee se, katos, tippuu örkkiä ykköstä sieltä. Ei, nyt se oli siinä maassa. Ne lykättää sun jalkaa vasemmalla nelosta. Ei,
You're supposed to call into the show, not beat up the phone.
Kävi köpelösti siinä. Jäät tommosen loukkuun noitten örkkeen keskelle, niin siinä olisi kyllä ollut paniikkinäpin paikka, mutta ei auta. Nyt lähti Juusolta henkiin. Mutta ei se mitään. Täältä ei tarvitse tyhjäkäsin poistua, nimittäin sulle lähtee lohdutuspalkinnoa täältä tämmönen Juuson pikku teepaita ja jätät yhteystiedot tänne, niin mä tuun henkilökohtaisesti tuomaan sun äidille sen paidan, niin varmasti oikein osoitteeseen tulee. No joo, mutta kiitoksia sulle ja eteenpäin. No niin, kukas meillä on sitten linjoilla?
Marko täällä taas, hei.
Oho, no nyt vähän linjat pätki. Otetas tuosta toi. No niin, kukas siellä?
Pekka täällä.
Katos Pekka Kaima siellä, no niin. Mitäs Pekka, mistäs Pekka soittelee? Nännimäeltä. Missä on Nännimäki?
I think we can make it into Feria. Oh god, that was shit
Ois kyllä
from
meikannutkin, että
Hilo.
Suomineedolla varmaan nännit löytyy.
I think we can make it.
Sodankylän paikkeilla, paitsi tietysti Suomineito alkaa jo vähän vanhempi olla, että se voi hyvinkin olla, että se on valuu joillekin tuota Rovaniemeen tai
Let's head out.
paikkeille. No, mutta eikä se tästä maan tiedosta, voitte sitten itse katsoa kotona kartasta, mistä löytyy. No, mutta mitäs muuta sinne
DJ, why don't you have red lights on the back of the tractor? Because I didn't make this game, Pigeon.
Ai tiedätkö pelejä? No joo, mikäs on tämän hetken kovin?
I think we can make it back into town before we get tired.
Ah, okei, semmosia rallihommia vai?
Yeah, you should have. Yeah, you're probably right.
Näitä sitten katselet tätä Juusoa. Sä varmaan tuossa äsken kuuntelitkin tätä ottajia, että mitä mistä tapahtuu mitäkin, mitä ei varmaan sitten kerrata sen. Tosiaan räiskin vaan menee aina kun tulee niitä mörköjä vastaan, niin sitten toivottavasti päästään tällä kertaa vähän pitemmin. Sitten taas ollaan täällä avaruusaluksella. Mutta sitten tällä kertaa, että sulla on tosiaan siellä nollassa on se paniikkinappu. Sitten kun tulee paha tilanne, niin no okei, no sä käytkin se siinä. No sitä ei tarvii purenkäsi enää sitä voi yksin palettaa. Sitten pitää vaan pärjätä nopeilla reflekseillä ja hoksottimen avulla. Ja sitten tässä mennään ja ovi aukeaa ja no nyt tulee taas sieltä katosta.
I think so, Bob, yeah. Never tried it though.
Nyt se siirryy sen maahan nelosta. Joo, hyvä. Jes, siinä
Vittujen kevättä nää. Oi saa, perkele. Vittujen vittuja. Perkele.
What's going on in this talk show?
Oi saa. Tänään. Perkele.
Samaa suuntaan vai?
Perkele.
Sä valitset eri suuntaan. Varmaan parempi. Se lähtee
Oi vittujen kevät tänään. Vittujen kevät. Vittujen kevät. Jumalauta. Vittujen
Let me know what
kevät.
those results are. Gary, Spring.
Jumalauta. Jumalauta. Perkele. Perkele. Oi vittujen kevät tänään.
Eteenpäin ja taas siinä auki ovia. No nyt sinä
Jumalauta.
vitosta puolta vaan sitä pikku selkää naamaa. Joo,
Vittujen kevät. Vittujen kevät. Oi vittujen kevät.
Asia vaan. Joo, hyvä. Ja
Vittujen kevät. Tänään. Oi vittujen kevät.
I'm swearing to get the stress down. What's going on the radio? I don't know.
Vittujen vittu. Oi vittu tänään. Jumalauta.
tossa
Vittujen keväälle. Oi vittujen keväälle.
Kaksi vaihtoehtoa edes. Sä voit joko tehdä tämmösen rappukuolema ja reottaa maailmaa niinku reijättämällä ton
Perkele.
tai
Oi
sitten se on tää alien pomo, niin sä voit sille
vittujen
yrittää
keväälle.
diplomatian keinoin niinku
Jumalauta.
Oi kiva juttu, voisiko
Jumalauta. 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 Jumalauta.
Imagine this guy's just driving across the lake in the middle of the night going, dang it! Screw it! Dang it! Screw it! Screw you! Frick it! Like, just talking to himself, driving the tractor, listening to this deranged radio show. What are you gonna do with all the wood? Give it to somebody who pays me money.
Ei tällä kertaa oikein toiminut toi keino. Eipä siinä. Sulla meni jo tosi paljon paremmin mitä äskeisellä soittajalla, että kyllä mä laitan sulle teepaidan lisäksi loiduspalkintoa vielä tämmönen pyssy, että pysyy pää lämpöisenä. Kiitoksia sulle vaan Pekka soittamisesta ja hyvät jatkot sinne Lappiin. Ja tässä olikin sitten kaikki tällä erää, että ei ole enempää aikaa pelata tänään.
Yeah, I know, boys. That's why most of the engine parts I wanted to be brand new.
Se on moikkelis moi.
You ever mess with tuning distributor valves in the machine? Yeah, I messed with it all already. Moist Wanted was telling me what to do. I think that song is... That sounds like a good song, too. We'll keep it low. Oh no, I don't think this song is fun. Major news coming out of Massey. 18-3 appeared to crumple during the test. Oh. Ooh, that's not great. Great stream, Sorted. Thanks, Yum. Yeah, it was fun. Okay. Oh, the rear lights. Did you play some My Winter Car tomorrow? It's your birthday, and that's what I wish for. Sure. Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna have to do a space news tomorrow. There's a lot of space news that happened today that I missed, Lig. But yeah, you got it. Just for you, BB. I mean, Dan, the other thing I was thinking, guys, is like if you want to test stuff, like if you want to test to see what kills you and what doesn't, you can just turn off Mortal in the difficulty settings when you start a new game.
Voi vittujen kevät. Jumalauta. Vittu. Jumalauta. Voi vittujen kevät. Voi saatana. Voi helvetti. Voi vittu. Jumalauta. Saatana. Voi vittujen kevät.
Quinwap, 15 month resub. Thank you.
No mitä helvettiä? Voi vittu.
Ai.
Hell yeah, I want to see someone complete the game without mods in on Mortal. Yep. Yeah, we'll get it.
Perkele. Voi vittujen vittu.
6 a.m.
Saatana.
Oh boy, 6 a.m.
Voi vittu.
Yes, a workaholic. The urine stain on your pants tells me you're a single shake man. Far too busy for the follow-up tinkle. Brilliant, Mr. EJ. Simply brilliant. Spank you, chat. Spank you very much. Objective, survive. I understood that reference, man. I understood that reference. Nope. Too much. Alright. Spank you. Nope, stop it.
Perkele. Voi vittujen kevät. Auta.
Oh, homeboy ain't here yet. Let's gamble with the pig for a while. I mean, there's only so much we can lose, so. If we drop that job, we're gonna get some money, so I'll, Nope. I'll just go in and drop 600 on there and see what happens. We built the engine, dude. I said no more gambling till we build the motor. I actually think I may have said build the entire car, but whatever. Hey guys, so we don't have to worry about it because I only have so much money. We're gonna go in here, gonna throw down, we're gonna put it all on black. What questions should you ask him, Lig? Oh, dude, I don't know. How awesome is it to fly the space shuttle? 600. So he's got 12, I got 11. Hit me. I have 17. I'll stand on 17. He's got 12. He busted. Jackass! Jackass! Where's the goo? Tell me! That actually worked. How did you just win? A queen is worth 12 in Venti. Queen is worth 12 in Venti, so yeah. It's only 7 o'clock, so I bet. So he had a queen and a 10, that's 22. And I stood on 17. It's cold. Are you naked? No? Bet you can't win again? Yeah, I don't care what you think. I said we were going to do it once. Yeah, we got 600 more bucks for car parts. I did not go to the wrong house. The guys that want to split wood are come out at 8 o'clock, dude. You know what? I will pee-pee in real life while we're waiting. I will pee-pee in real life. I'm gonna go make some yellow snow, chat. Oh no, you've got to be kidding me. No, the freaking song, dude. No, I hate this band. Oh, that sucks. It's gonna get it. How long did that go? Oh, not my engine building VOD. Fuck you. I really hope it doesn't claim. That band's music sucks. It sucks, and you should feel bad. Damn. Yeah, 30 seconds. It'll definitely flag. I'll have to cut it out. I should, if it does get claimed, I should be able to cut it out. It's not like you missed anything, you know? I might be able to, Tyler. Yeah, yeah. Freaking sucks, dude. I hate having to do that. It's just extra work. Can you disable it in the editor? I don't think so. Wait for it. We got 5 minutes in game. At 8 o'clock, he'll come outside. Out of all the songs to come on right when I take a piss, dude. Ridiculous. 3:55:30. Thanks, Seacracken. Shouldn't you be covered by whatever license they gave the game maker? That's cute, John. That's cute. If only this thing relied on common sense. But it doesn't. So I can always just cut out that part of the VOD. It's not a big deal. Anyway, let's keep going. All right. Hello?
Jahas päivä. Nonni, siinähän sitä klapia ruppes olemaan.
No niin.
Hyvä homma. Tuosta rakkoa taas. Ei muuta kuin nähellään.
Frick. Why am I stuck? Oh, wait, I still have my boots on. Still have my work boots on. I can't... My feet are too big with the work boots on. I can't get at the pedals. I can't fit under there. Whoops. We're off to PSK to get the nice Marchetti. Hey Copo, what's up, dude? How you doing? Rebuilt my damn snowblower today in the shop. That was fun. Well, fixed all the fuel system. In real life. We were playing My Winter Car in real life today, dude. It was all relatively quiet, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing just fine. So that's... I'm really curious how that bus gets stuck there all the time, but whatever. It's a job, I think? Really? Get the bus unstuck? Oh.
Voi vittujen kevää.
Yeah, you're right, Chad. We should buy some smokes, too. Yeah. We are going to need one of those. We need one of those, and we need one of those. That's all for now. And then pack smokes. I couldn't paint the block, dude. It wouldn't let me do it. And that's not even the right shade of blue. That's corporate blue. We don't want that. Money. But money. I got a new Marchetti, yes. Honestly, guys, I'm thinking just drive back to the house. Oh, no, we got to do that poo job. Can't paint the blocko? No, no. Extraterrestre blocko. Do 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 do. Bam bam. Extraterrestre blocko. Dude, I can't believe we went into pig, put everything on one hand, and then left. Maybe that's how we get our money back from that guy. Don't worry about it, Pigeon. It doesn't concern you birds. We might need to back up because we need to use the truck. There we go. That's fine. That's right, Pigeon. Guilty bird. You know, pigeons are just flying rats, right? Just flying rats. It's like seagulls. Seagulls, too. Did I hear the ice racing going on out there? Oh, dude, the ice racing's going on. I kind of want to go see that. Demos and Ness. 109-month resub. Thank you.
Vittujen keväänä. Vittujen jumalauta. Satana. Jumalauta. Helvetti. Voi vittujen keväänä. Jumalauta. Voi vittu. Saatana. Jumalauta. Saatana. Voi saatana. 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 Mitä helvetti? Jumalauta.
Man, did that guy win? That guy won already?
Helvetti. Jumalauta. Voi vittu. Mitä helvetti? Perkele. Mitä helvetti?
Do it backwards next time. We're not pissing into the wind, it's fine.
Vittujen keväällä. Vittujen keväänä. Ei saatana. Voi vittujen kevät.
Oh, that's awesome. Nobody's here, but the cars are racing. I wonder if Friday is like Test and Tune Day or something. Oh! Yeah, that's fine, Chuck. That's fine. No, Mikey, no, that's so not, Michael, no, that's so not right. Yeah, buddy! Sick. That's rad, dude. We like M88s, Kraken. That's the best tank ever. This is not a server, Rob. No. These are NPCs. Yeah, this must be like a Test and Tune Day or something. Cool. Alright, let's head back. Yeah, no, I think they're more interesting, Pigeon. I really do. I think everything that you like is dumb. I say that to Brimo all the time. Brimo's like, check this thing out, and I'm like, no, everything that you like is dumb. And then I usually get cursed and either slapped after that, but and then we proceed to have the conversation. But you know, it's how it'd be. Mikey got a new job. I think he did after that streak. Yeah, that was completely screwed, that call. And even though I do like the result, that call was so screwed. Lewis should have definitely another championship. And I'm not even that big of a Hamilton fan, dude. You gonna cry because of me? No, you're not. I don't think you are. I think you're lying to yourself. Alright, let's go poop. Let's go suck poop and have everybody watch. Gotta wait for the plugs. I am, JSP, yes. You gotta wait for the pneumatics, that's what the buzzing is. Killer. Should put the tag axle down too. Exotinzo Bloco. Wait, 0856145. That's my phone number? Report any unemployment time. What's Tioton and what's Toisa? This is what's known as fraud. Click the UK flag in the top right. Oh, yeah? I know. It doesn't change this. What happens if we... There's no way. There's no way we're not gonna. The game's gonna like, dude. That's a crime. Like, they can't track the wood in the poo jobs. Technically, we're not employed. All of our income was non-taxable. All right, send it. Whatever happens. We gotta mail that. We gotta mail that letter off. No, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh no! Oh wait, there it is. I saw it. Was it non-taxable because it wasn't reported? Yeah. Yeah, because we got paid in cash, that's right. That tag axle down. I didn't work illegally. I just worked under the table. You have direct deposit at the factory, if I'm remembering right. I just hope we don't get screwed. That would really send you some interesting manuals. The Haynes manual, it isn't the 2.0, but it's close. It's for the Pinto motor. Oh, alright, cool, sweet. I'll take a look. Would I lie to you? Yes? Pinto. It's the Lima engine. Ford's Lima motor. There was like Windsor, Cleveland, 385, Lima, Cologne. They used to name the motors after the factories that they were made in. They don't really do that anymore. I can't speak to Lima and Pinto. Cleveland, Windsor, though. Yeah. Peruvian owls hunt in pairs because they're in cahoots. Decided to work to with the factory. This guy hasn't. Sorry, yeah.
No kiitos ne oikein paljon, että viittesit tehdä tämän hommaa. Ihan mä olen tyytyväinen tähän. Ole hyvä, tässä on rahaa. Morjens.
We gotta empty the tanks. We're full.
Joo. Joo, joo. Ja se teki sitten niin paljon
Yeah.
Oo. Joka saatanan päivä pelkkää paskaa. Jaha. Jos paska olisi niinku kultaa, niin minä olisin rikas mies. Vaan eihän se oo. Eihän siitä paskaa pahemmaksi muutu. Minulle tasa-arvo meinaa sitä, että kaikkien persestä tulloo paskaa. Ollo.
Okay.
Ollo. Eihän siitä paskaa pahemmaksi muutu. Kuule, sen minä sanon, että tämä on kyllä, jos joku on, niin tämä on kyllä paska homma. Ei ihan niin paska kuin tuo sun hommas, vaan onhan tää silti aika paska homma. Ja sulla olis laskena
Yeah,
paskaa.
that's interesting.
Paskaa, paskaa, paskaa.
Oh! I missed it!
Kyllä. Eihän siitä paskaa pahemmaksi muutu.
It only pops up for a second. You gotta interrupt him. There we go. I got it. Haha. You can actually see the truck getting lighter. Never noticed that. See, look at the frame rail. Frame rail's going above the tire. Shut up, Chuck. I'm saying it's cool that it's in the game, not cool that it happens. Gigantic pile of Chuck. Oh! Fuck! Cops are gonna get us for that. The bus driver saw it. Yeah, there's a witness. We're pretty screwed. So, that's great. Dude, we just barely tapped that guy too. That sucks. It's gonna, the game's gonna register it as a hit though, and we're gonna go to jail. So. Great. Put him in a septic tank. Yeah, the cops are gonna come. If you go to sleep fast enough, it sometimes allegedly does not recognize that you hit him. Alright. I'll try. You just read that too? Alright, well, let's go to sleep. Oh yeah, we can sleep in the truck. What am I doing?
Jossa pyysi, että voisiko Seppo...
Well, that's not good. I mean, what happens if we only sleep in the truck from now on? Don't risk the save any further. Yeah, all right. We'll be the good person here. Hello. Yep.
Kuvittele hetki, että makaat yöllä sängyssäsi silmät kiinni, hengitys rauhallisena ja täysin tietämättömänä siinä, että samaan aikaan...
How do we, see how long we serve? Oh, jail days. What did you do? I was driving the truck down the road and somebody was walking in the road and I didn't see him. He walked out from behind some trees and I didn't see him. I stepped on the brakes, but I slid, the truck slid on the ice and slid into him. Oh well. And it was on the arrest warrant. Well, that's, well, it is what it is. How do you drink? They give you food. That's 20 hours. What did you do? One of the NPCs ran out in front of the truck. I don't know. What do we do about paying bills and stuff? How do we save? Oh, there we go. Okay. Nothing fatigues. Nothing. You know what? Let's just keep that on there. This fucking game, dude. I swear to God. Oh, that's awful.
No mitä helvettiä? Voi vittujen kevää.
You can drink out of the toilet.
Jumalauta. Helvetti. Saatana. Saatana. Voi vittu. No mitä helvettiä? Voi vittu. No voi helvetti. No voi helvetti.
I won't save scum, guys. That's not how I roll.
Saatana. No mitä helvettiä? No mitä helvettiä? Saatana. Ei saa. Perkele.
Oh, we still got our smokes. Hell yeah. Maybe save, then use it, reduce it to 5 days or something. Watch out for your cornhole, but yeah, you should be able to sleep, but we just slept in game, remember? What's the strat for that? Nothing. If you go to jail in the game, that's it. I've never done that in any summer car or winter car, dude. Never done that. I couldn't see the guy who's behind the fence, which really sucks, dude. Each day is 2 hours in real life, though. Yeah. Guys, I'm not really one to edit the save. I'm gonna edit this to like 2 jail days or something. This is, yeah, that's stupid. I barely even hit that guy. Like, dude, let me be real. If I actually hit that guy going like 100 miles an hour or something, yeah, that's fine. I'm not, the truck slid on the freaking ice. I tapped the guy. I got a freaking worse cut working on my snowblower today, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna save the game and I'm scumming that. That was stupid. It's funny, jail, ha ha ha. I'm not doing that. We have a car to build. Maybe I'll just do 1 day or something, dude. How do I do this? We need the winter car editor. Open the save file. First thing we do is Yake Corpa. Set that to true. Okay. Yeah, no, 1. Cool. File, save, done, good, great. Reload. I'm not doing that. Dude, if I, like I said, if I like actually ran that dude over, like I was trying to stop, and in real life trying to stop doesn't mean nothing. It's still, you know, 2nd degree, I think, but I don't care. I'm not doing that. So what do you want to do? Set it to 0 days, Dr. Death? I don't know. Set it to 0. Yeah, I vote 0. All right, cool. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's stupid. Dashcam footage showed you were innocent. Yeah. 0 days will let you out at midday or 6 p.m. Cool, sounds good. No, I didn't die. I hit an NPC going probably 1 kilometer an hour, and it gave me 10 days in jail, and I said no. The judge, chat is the judge, jury, and judge-executioner, an executioner of this crime, and they said don't. Oh, Space Pope forgives me. All right, thank you. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Poliisista päivä. Sinä rötös, herra, oot jäänyt kiinni nyt. Tupakkikin on loppu.
Crap. Okay. I don't think we could set it to a decimal, guys. I thought, so I'm actually super happy because I'm actually happy with that because I thought that was the fraud. I thought that was the fraud. And I'm like, oh crap, they got us for fraud. But yeah, setting it to 0 doesn't do anything, so. You need to use MWC loader to fix it. Game files won't work. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but I was just editing the game with this. I I don't understand. Yeah, Lev, me too, right? Hey, 1 day in jail. Are you kidding me? We have crappy jail tats. Oh my god! And it says 10 days. Dude. Prison tats. Holy crap. What the fuck is this game, dude? What is this game, dude?
Muukalaismolekyylit värähtelevät, etsivät heikkoa kohtaa ja alkavat
It's both hands!
betonin kipsilevyn ja tapetin läpi. Ilman ääntä, ilman lupaa ja ennen kaikkea ilman olet asiasta tietoinen. Mutta ei hätää, minulla on nyt ratkaisu tähän ongelmaan, josta ei puhuta...
Yo, is that a middle ditch raid? What's going on, man?
Täysin ainutlaatuinen, seinälle käsin levitettävä
We're serving time in my winter car. It's so stupid.
tehokkaan suojakerroksen ja estää muukalaismolekyylien...
And we also have the extraterrestre block. What's going on, man? Dude, look. Yo, if you serve prison time in this game, you have prison tats on you. Oh my god. You get prison tats with the amount of jail time that you did. That's so stupid. You've been playing RV there yet, and it's so good. What's that game about, dude? Oh, guys, if you don't know my buddy Middleditch, go follow him. He's a good streamer. Could definitely use some follows and some support over there. Yeah. Also, yeah, good dude. Get a big RV from here to there. Chaos ensues. Nice. Sounds good.
Kuvittele hetki, että makaat yhdessä yössäsi silmät kiinni, hengitys rauhallisena
Hey, fun sister.
siinä, että samaan aikaan luonnostosi ulkopuolella on jokin, joka haluaa sisälle tahtomattasi, tietämättäsi ja pahat mielessä. Ei, en tarkoita raadonia enkä matkapuhelinten vaaratonta säteilyä, vaan jotain paljon vaarallisempaa ja todellisempaa uhkaa, muukalaisia avaruudesta.
I'm in prison because a guy walked into the front of my truck.
Tapahtuu seinäpintojen lävitse osmoottisesti tunkeutumalla. Muukalaismolekyylit värähtelevät, etsivät heikkoa kohtaa ja alkavat osmoottisesti tunkeutua suoraan betonin, kipsilevyn ja tapetin läpi. Ilman ääntä, ilman lupaa ja ennen kaikkea ilman asiasta tietoinen. Mutta ei hätää, minulla on nyt ratkaisu tähän ongelmaan, josta ei puhuta uutisissa. ET-blokku. ET-blokku on täysin ainutlaatuinen, seinälle käsin levitettävä alumiinifoliopohjainen.
Yeah, they didn't. Hey, what they don't figure out, Silas doesn't hurt them.
Tehokkaan
Okay?
suojakerroksen ja estää muukalaismolekyylien osmoottisen ei-toivotun tunkeutumisen juuri.
Really, Dan? Jeez. RV there yet? Anyway, guys, yeah, Middleditch is a good buddy of mine. Oh my god, look at that game. Okay. Alright. How long is the sentence? Top left glitch. It was 10 days, but I'm not spending 20 hours in game in jail. That's stupid. Seriously, I hit an NPC going probably, I'd say half a kilometer an hour. Like like look at the clip. It's nothing. Like it's ridiculous that it even registered a hit. Are we there yet? Is the game by the original community manager of Satisfactory? Oh, Jace made that game? Oh, no way. Right on. That's cool, man. That's really cool. I edited the save glitch, yeah. It was insurance fraud. That's right, Akato. I gave him to multiplayer with Middleditch. Is RV there yet, multiplayer, weather guy? I've never gone to jail in either game, Pigeon. 4-person co-op. Oh, Middleditch, what say you, dude? We gotta pick a day. We gotta pick a day, dude. If Thomas isn't here, dude, Chad, tell him next time. I'll play that game with him. Yeah, dude. It's like $8. Oh, dude, I'm in. Yeah, we should play that. That'd be awesome. Anyway, Middleditch, I do appreciate the raid, dude. Thank you very much. Sawyer, it was nonsense. I edited the save down to 1 day because... Yeah. The funny thing is the person you killed was your cousin. Good. Really, Buxo? It's good? Alright, cool. RV is multiplayer, Magnus? Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Seinäpintojen lävitse osmoottisesti tunkeutumalla. Muukalaismolekylit värähtelevät, etsivät heikkoa kohtaa ja alkavat osmoottisesti...
Don't forget, your MSC save is about to go to jail.
Läpi, ilman ääntä, ilman lupaa ja ennen kaikkea ilman, että olet asiasta tietoinen. Mutta ei hätää, minulla on nyt ratkaisu tähän ongelmaan, josta ei puhuta uutisissa. ET-blokku. ET-blokku on täysin ainutlaatuinen. Seinälle käsin levitettävä aluminifoliopohjainen makropinnoite, joka muodostaa huoneistoisin näkymättömän, mutta äärimmäisen tehokkaan suojakerroksen ja estää muukalaismolekyylien osmoottisen ei-toivotun tunkeutumisen juuri silloin, kun olet herkimmesi. Tämä hämmästyttävän tehokas manuaalisesti levitettävä makropinnoite sopii kaikille seinäpinnoille, oli ne sitten tapitoitu, maalattu, lakattu tai jätetty paljalle pinnalle. Oli seinärakenne sitten puuta, kipsilevyä, lastulevyä, kiveä tai tiiltä. Asennat ET-blokun itse helposti mukana tulevalla manuaalisella applikaattorilla hallitusti ja puhutaan vaurioittamatta ja samalla aktivoit sen jatkuvasti toimimaan sähköttömän ja täysin huomaamattoman suojausmekanismin, joka toimii koko yön joka yö ilman, että muukalaiset edes ymmärtävät, miksi eteneminen pysähtyi. Tilaa nyt ennen kuin seuraava yö alkaa.
So noontime and 8. Oh. Yeah, the radar detector. I'm not going to jail. I have to pay a fine, and I don't have enough money to pay the fine. So...
jokin, joka haluaa sisälle tahtomattasi, tietämättäsi ja pahat mielessä. Ei, en tarkoita raadonia enkä matkapuhelinten vaaratonta säteilyä, vaan jotain paljon vaarallisempaa ja todellisempaa uhkaa. Muukalaisia avaruudesta. Tiesitkö, että suurin osa ei-toivotuista muukalaisten huoneistoihin tunkeutumisesta tapahtuu seinäpintojen lävitse osmoottisesti tunkeutumalla? Muukalaismolekyylit värähtelevät, etsivät heikkoa kohtaa ja alkavat osmoottisesti tunkeutua suoraan betonin, kipsilevyn ja tapetin läpi, ilman ääntä, ilman lupaa ja ennen kaikkea ilman, että olet asiasta tietoinen. Mutta ei hätää, minulla on nyt ratkaisu tähän ongelmaan, josta ei puhuta uutisissa. ET-blokku. ET-blokku on täysin ainutlaatuinen. Seinälle käsin levitettävä aluminifoliopohjainen makropinnoite, joka muodostaa huoneistoisin näkymättömän, mutta äärimmäisen tehokkaan suojakerroksen ja estää muukalaismolekyylien osmoottisen ei-toivotun tunkeutumisen juuri silloin, kun olet herkimmesi. Tämä hämmästyttävän tehokas manuaalisesti levitettävä makropinnoite sopii kaikille seinäpinnoille, oli ne sitten tapitoitu, maalattu, lakattu tai jätetty paljalle pinnalle. Oli seinärakenne sitten puuta, kipsilevyä, lastulevyä, kiveä tai tiiltä. Asennat
Dance party!
Hallitusti ja pintaa vaurioittamatta ja samalla aktivoit sen jatkuvasti toimimaan sähköttömän ja täysin huomaamattoman suojausmekanismin, joka toimii koko yön joka yö ilman, että muukalaiset edes ymmärtävät, miksi eteneminen. Tilaa nyt ennen kuin seuraava yö alkaa.
Extra 3 blocco. The system is down. The system.
Ajattele hetki, että makaat yhdessä
Can you change the radiator tab?
Hengitys rauhallisena ja täysin tietämättömänä siinä, että samaan aikaan luonnostosi ulkopuolella on jokin, joka haluaa sisälle tahtomattasi, tietämättäsi ja pahat mielessä. Ei, en tarkoita raadonia
Drew.
matkapuhelinten vaarallisempaa,
$5 super chat, thanks man.
vaarallisempaa ja todellisempaa uhkaa. Muukalaisia
Suddenly off topic
haluudestaan.
thought. If you...
Tiesitkö, että suurin
Ooh,
osa
orbital mechanics. Suddenly off topic chat. If you retroburn and canceled most orbital velocity, could a second stage fall and re-enter without a heat shield? Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, dude, it would, yeah. You would have to have... Okay, so if we had a stage, let's say like it's a Falcon 9 second stage, for instance, okay? And it was in low Earth orbit, and instead of payload, that second stage had a parachute or something. It had a parachute where the payload should be, and let's just say that those parachutes are good enough to be able to have it splash down or something, right? If it was fully fueled in low Earth orbit, yeah, it probably could. You know, you'd have to burn the entire way down. It would basically be the opposite of the insertion burn, like popping off the second stage. But yeah, sure. I don't see why not. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that, Drew, but yeah, of course. I would also kind of be worried about it, you know, the ground coming up too fast, but it should be able to supersonic retropropulsion itself all the way down. Yeah, I don't see that as not doable. Sure. I mean, as long as your engine can, you know, take running for that long, sure. Hi, guy, your fluid dynamics professor showed some strong bad clips in class. Completing the quotes got us extra credit on the final. Very good. Very good. So it's a mass cost of deorbit burn fuel and parachutes versus heat shield and structural mass. Yeah, pretty much. You know, why don't people do this? Tiles are less mass. You've been in jail multiple times in real life. Wouldn't recommend. I've never been to jail, dude. Never done anything stupid.
Oi helvetti, hyi vittu, että haisee paha, voi saatana.
Was that professor named Mr. Cheaterson? Yeah, never done time, dude. See, I don't have the tats. But if I did get a tattoo, it would be ELWOOD. Elwood. That's what I would do. Just get Elwood. Okay. Yeah, that would be it. Yeah, exactly, Dan, what the lunar module had to do, but you'd have to worry about atmospheric perturbations as well. Nah, get SSRP tattooed on one hand? That's actually pretty cool. EJ last. You don't want extraterrestre Blanco? What we need to do is start building rockets with massless parts. Oh, yeah. Paita. What does that mean? Gonna get food yet? Nope. Cover.
Muodostaa huoneistoisi näkymättömän, mutta äärimmäisen tehokkaan suojakerroksen ja estää muukalaismolekyylien osmoottisen ei-toivotun tunkeutumisen juuri silloin, kun olet herkimmesi. Tämä hämmästyttävän tehokas manuaalisesti levitettävä makropinnoite sopii kaikille seinäpinnoille, oli ne sitten tapitoitu, maalattu, lakattu tai jätetty paljalle pinnalle. Oli seinärakenne sitten puuta, kipsilevyä, lastulevyä, kiveä tai tiiltä. Asennat VT-blokun itse helposti mukana tulevalla manuaalisella applikaattorilla hallitusti ja pintaa vaurioittamatta ja
It
samalla
is,
aktivoiden
Mashnak, yeah.
jatkuvasti toimimaan sähköttömän ja täysin huomaamattoman suojausmekanismin, joka toimii koko yön.
I clipped an
ilman, että
NPC going like
ymmärtää
1 kilometer an hour, cool boy.
Tilaa nyt, ennen kuin seuraava yö alkaa.
Okay, I'm over this. Can you set your wanted level in the save? Chat commuted my sentence, so we're all right. All right. Chat has commuted my sentence. We've been pardoned. Are you sure this won't accidentally reset you? I'm sure, Yarg. There is a second setting. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Kato. We're in the clear. I set wanted to 0, yes. A friend talked to me about a sort of slingshot launcher. Does it exist for real? For real? No. So I can chat commute your sentence, but not your death. Because I make the rules, Yarg, and those are the rules. Them's the rules. I'm checking. I don't know. What was the sentence? 10 days, dude. Like I said, I hit it's pinned in the Twitch chat, dude. I hit an NPC going like 1 kilometer an hour. Like, if it was real life, like, he would have taken a step back. I'm over it. I'm not like, yeah, no, that's, yeah. I'm over that, dude. Problem is that we're back. Why is this thing all the way over there? Wanted manslaughter. I edited that already. Yeah, okay, cool. We're back with the hot bungarus. I'm not about that life. Okay. The problem is that we got to, what time is it? It's getting late. How are we gonna get back? We keeping the prison tats? We were in jail. But if I'm commuting the sentence, I should probably get rid of them. Walk to the apartment? We could.
Jos joku tällaisen synnin julkee tehdä, niin tähän kuuluu sit vastata tunteella, minkä...
Yeah, 24 hours in jail or hardened criminal now. The Citroen is sitting outside. Yeah, we could go mess with that, I guess. Oh, wow. All right. Scraping off the windows. Yeah, I don't know, Green. Oh, look at that majestic brown vehicle. I don't know. You guys tell me if you want to save the tats. We might get them removed. Yeah, I don't really care. How did you get out? I edited the save, Metroid. I'm not... Chat commuted my sentence. And I kind of agree. I don't feel like sitting in jail for 20 hours, dude. I want to build the car. Like I said, if I had hit the NPC like legit going a very, very high rate of speed and ran him over, then it'd be different. But I bumped that NPC. I bumped it. Like, I'm amazed it registered a collision. Yeah, like, the truck was basically stopped. The NPC walked into me when the truck was stopped. And then, yeah, it gave me, I was like, all right, yeah, no. Grandma will not be your friend if you have tats. Grandma's not in the... Well, you can't talk to Grandma in this game.
Go and throttle up.
They're building a huge mechanical system that's been... Yeah, you're talking about spin launch, Spark Ship. That is... I would that company is not giving us any updates on anything in years. I highly doubt that that company's legitimate anymore. Spin launch is copium, dude. Unless they prove otherwise. I don't know if they filed for bankruptcy at Zonku. I want to say yes, but I don't remember. Didn't Spin Launch pivot to making defense projects? I think that they pivoted to work on their SAT bus for, defense satellites. That's what sounds right, Rarest. Pigeon, I was gambling before and I made money. Yeah, Darker Player, Spin Launch, I mean, I guess that could work, but... Engine is finished, Eagle. Yeah. Why are there lights shining around? Police? No, I think there's a car stuck over here. Yeah. I did mail out the unemployment. It was the last thing I did. Oh, there's that new Marchetti. Hell yeah. So what time is it in game? Okay. All right, let's call some people here. Or let's look around the market for parts. So, we need a lot of suspension components still. I don't need a rear exhaust. What's flecked? I have no idea what that is. I don't need a wiper motor. I don't need a piston. I don't need a front bumper. Oh, I kind of do need a front bumper, but I don't need a boot lid either. Yeah, exactly, most. Yeah. Front bumper and I do need a front bumper. I need the older front bumpers. I don't need a fuel pump. I don't need an exhaust. I don't need a water pump. I don't need a boot lid. I don't need manual pedals. Don't need an air filter. Don't need an auxiliary shaft. I don't need a carb. Don't need dashboard mount. Nope. Lectis radiator fan. Oh, we don't need that. Have that. Rear axle starter, automatic, radiator, rear bumper. Nope. Hey, rear lower arm. We need that. Brake cylinder, lower pipe, right brake. Dude, that's it. Those are some of the parts that we need. I need a rear lower control arm, but I need the right brake as well. Oh, the right brake assembly. Yes. The entire premise, grind for parts in this game is some of the most psycho game design I've ever seen. That's the point, Prey. It's supposed to be awful.
Hallo. Joo, kyllä se oli minun iloitus. Hyvä on tavara, siitä ei ole huoli.
This game breaks every rule of game design, and somehow it works.
Kiitos, moi.
Kiitos, moi. Nice. All right. Water pump, hubcap, air duct, grill, oil pump, front bumper. No. Front upper control arm we already have. I have the GT header. I have the rear bumper. I have a flex plate. I have the grill. Yeah, nope. Rear upper arm and rear shock. That's two of the parts that I need for the rear suspension. I needed a rear upper and a rear lower arm and a rear shock. Nice. I don't need any of the other stuff in there, but whatever. Sanjo. Yeah, he answered. Yeah. Moi. This guy answered too.
Kyllä ne löytyvät täältä. Minä laitan tulemaan. Hyvästi sitten.
All right. So I think that gets us almost all of the parts that we need. What's the pressure plate called? I'm not sure what the pressure plate is called in this game. Let's clutch. Painelevy is what it's called. Well, let's go back over here because there's something. Hold on. One of these things had something. Last throw, end plate. Last row, third down. End plate. Okay. Paineleve. That's takaleve. So that's not the pressure plate, that's this. Kitten levy. Paine levy. Find. No, not the clutch cable, which we do need. I don't know if... Yeah, I don't think end plate is what we want. I think end plate... Oh, I know what end plate is. Hold on. It's the... I'll show you. That thing. Mark Evans.
Go at throttle up.
42-month resub. Yeah, we have random stuff for cheap, so 010288148. I have the transmission cross member. No, I don't need that. Yeah, I don't need anything on here. We're gonna have to try the randos, but having these two have what we need is pretty damn good. Got that 130 right there. You guys said there was a 190. There's a... Okay, 190's up there. 036911346. Yeah, Rares. I think I still need a front shock. Is there any... You guys see front shock anywhere? We unbox from the jail now. We unbox parts. That's right. Just Control F. Flex plate. I don't need a flex plate. No. No, we don't need that. We have to wait until Tuesday for the next Marchetti.
No mitä helvettiä? Perkele!
The subtitles are not accurate.
Vittujen kevät!
I mean, they say that, but they also add other things. Some of the calls go really, really long.
Jumalauta! Saatana! Ei saatana! Perkele! Saatana. Voi vittu. Saatana. Saatana. Jumalauta. Voi saatana. Saatana. Voi vittu. Ei saatana. Jumalauta. Jumalauta. Tu. Saatana, saatana. Ei saatana.
Man, we really did get almost all the damn parts. Yeah, rear upper arm, and rear shock. There's an extra front lower, so I have 2 sets of control arms for the front. And over here we got rear lower. That gives me all the rear suspension, dudes. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then we have right brake, which gives me all of the front suspension too, so we can make the car roll. Where do you get the belt, spark plugs, etc.? You get it at PSK. What time is it in game? Oh, it's late. Let's go to sleep. Our little escapade in jail. 6 a.m. Oh, jeez. Hang on 1 second, guys. One of my cameras just fell. The behind the scenes camera. That's weird. Huh. It's fine. It's okay. That's just strange. It's also snowing out. How did he get out of jail? I edited certified. I use the editor to get out of jail. Chat commuted my sentence, which is pretty cool. I usually don't scum the game like that. I really don't. But yeah, that was dumb.
Saatavilla kaikista hyvin varustelluista kaupoista.
Kaupoista.
Lisää elinvoimaasi ja vaihda turbovaihteelle. Exotinso hivenainetiiviste parantaa suorituskykyäsi huikeasti. Saatavilla kaikista hyvin varustelluista kaupoista. Lisää elinvoimaasi ja vaihda turbovaihteelle. Exotinso hivenainetiiviste parantaa suorituskykyäsi huikeasti. Saatavilla kaikista hyvin varustelluista kaupoista.
You have a business. 20 hours MSC jail on stream is basically fiscal suicide.
Parantaa suorituskykyäsi huikeasti. Saatavilla kaikista hyvin varustelluista kaupoista. Lisää elinvoimaasi ja vaihda turbovaihteelle. Exotinso hivenainetiiviste parantaa suorituskykyäsi huikeasti. Saatavilla kaikista hyvin varustelluista kaupoista. Lisää elinvoimaasi ja vaihda turbovaihteelle. Exotinso hivenainetiiviste.
I got it would have been 20 hours, Prey. Yeah. I got 10 days in jail. And 1 day in game is 2 hours. So it would have been unskippable 20 hour. 20 hours unskippable. I'm not doing that. That's too much. Yeah, if you look at the clip, the guy basically ran into my truck. I was stopped.
Elinvoimaasi ja vaihda turbovaihteelle. Exotinso hivenainetiiviste parantaa
So I
suorituskykyäsi
said the hell with
huikeasti.
that.
Saatavilla kaikista hyvin varustelluista kaupoista.
Kaupoista. At the shops.
Lisää elinvoimaasi ja vaihda turbovaihteelle. Exotinso hivenainetiiviste parantaa suorituskykyäsi huikeasti. Saatavilla
Insurance fraud. Now, we didn't go to jail for that. Not yet, at least. Yeah, I will also add that if there is insurance fraud in this game, I did not edit that out. So if we go to jail for that, we go to jail for that. Oh yeah, that's right. The guy getting hit. Yeah, we didn't commit insurance fraud. We committed employment fraud. Yeah. Differences. Yeah, you're right. The guy was trying to commit insurance fraud. Yeah, it's like we had a dash cam though. We had the VOD, you know, so it's good.
Saatana! Voi vittujen kevää! Saatana! Voi helvetti! Jumalauta! Saatana! No voi helvetti! Voi vittujen kevää!
Is this a sequel to Summer Car? It is, Christopher, yeah. Kaupasta. That's right. Kaupoista. It means at the shops in Finland. In Finnish.
Tiiviste parantaa suorituskykyäsi huikeasti. Saatavilla kaikista...
Oh! Uutiset. Yeah, Silas, yeah. How'd you know?
Lisää elinvoimaasi ja vaihda turbovaihteelle. Exotinso hivenainetiiviste parantaa suorituskykyäsi huikeasti. Saatavilla kaikista hyvin varustelluista kaupoista.
Summer Car is set in 1995. Winter Car is set in 1999.
Ja vaihda turbovaihteelle. Exotinso hivenainetiiviste parantaa...
Has it stopped snowing yet?
Saatana! No voi helvetti! Saatana!
It's the future. You completely finished the car this stream? No, I finished the engine. The engine is good to go. Our engine is set. Actually, I have the spark plugs, the oil filter, and the belts for it back there. So let's take those that way and wait for another job. Everything is chrome in the future. No, we're not that far into the future. I think I just checked the thing. So, yeah. Let's turn the radio on. Let's drive the tractor back. $1999 was the year you were born. I was 11 in 1999. My character is tats because we went to jail. Bob, you're 32. Nice. Some of you guys are youngins, but some of you guys aren't either. Anything after 2000 I reference as the Coco Melon generation, and anything before I reference as the Jurassic Park era. I guess we didn't kill Cousin. Yatta! Want to make you feel ancient. 2 more years and I'd be watching it for half my life and I've enjoyed every bit of it. Like, and I don't feel old. That's the thing. I really don't. I don't feel old. I mean, yeah, my back, but my back's hurt for a long time, so don't feel old. I don't feel old, dude. Like my knees click and stuff, but yeah, whatever. Like I can still run, I can still move, I'm still good. Yeah, Pengzor, same with me, dude. Yeah. I hurt my back a long time ago, man. It's just been a thing. Yeah, Pengzor, I'm kind of with you. Kind of with you on that one, dude. Sometimes I have to remind myself that I'm 37. Like, it's the... 37? Whoa, when did that happen? 37? How the hell did... Like, dude, I just had it, like... It just happened. Like, what the frick? How am I 37? I feel like maybe 30. Maybe. At best. But I am not 30. No way. But I don't feel old either. No, I'm good, man. I can still move. I'm good to go. It's not like oh my god, I'm so old at 37. It's just like, wait, when did that happen? It gets worse getting over the big 40. I'm not worried about it. Guess what? You never actually feel old. Ah, crap. I'm worried. That's what I'm worried about, Hando. You're 40 and you're 40 next month, and you've started to play golf. Oh god, there's no hope for you, pal. It doesn't change. Time moves faster and faster. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I mean, I think COVID had something to do with it, Bob. I think COVID had something to do with it. Because, like, I was 30 in 2018, 2019, 31, then, you know, it's like, okay, we're good to go. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, you're 37 now. It's like, wait, what? I guess, like, fellas, like, I don't feel old. I've talked about this on stream before. I don't really feel old, and I get it. I've definitely been around for 37 years. Like, that's fine. Like, I get that, too. I guess it's more like the passage of time is what gets me. Like, it's like, whoa. Okay, that's what 20 years is. You know? 20 years ago, I was 17. I remember very lucidly, I remember being 17. I remember that was not a long time ago in my mind, but I can rationalize what 20 years is. And I think, you know, when you're 13 and somebody says, I've been doing something for 20 years, you don't know what that means. "37, I'm hardly old." Yeah, Tactic. No, I still feel great. I feel fine. See last. I'm kind of busy right now. Yeah, I guess I haven't gotten over that hump, the 40 hump. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's it's just weird, man. Yeah, like I said, I don't feel old. I don't feel tardy. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, Pace, I'm kind of with you. It is the death song in Winter Car. Check for bills? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. And no, I don't feel... Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Sawyer, don't feel like that. Just get it done. Just set your objectives and go. I wanted to have a family by now. That didn't friggin' happen. But I got Brimo and Taito, so... And we're still working on it. Still got time. We good. Bastardo, that's what I think about a lot too, dude. Oh man, you put me... If I had my brain, 37-year-old EJ's brain, in 20-year-old EJ's body, things would be very different, dude. Very different. Spark plugs. Oil filter. Fan belt. Yeah, dude. Oh, I hear that one, Bastardo. I was like, man, if I knew what I knew now, man, could we have done some stuff. Yeah, Syrian. Yeah, that was the other day, dude. We're good. President? No, I wouldn't be president. No. And I'm not trying to say I do like a Biff Tannen in Back to the Future 2 either. That's not what I'm getting at. I would like the mindset I have now is very disciplined. I'm very disciplined in what I do, or at least I try to be, right? Man, if I only was like that when I was younger, oh boy. You know, that would have been, that's probably, you know, the discipline that you learn to just go and do stuff that you don't want to do. Because 20-year-old me was like, I don't feel like doing that, so I'm not going to, you know? It's like, oh, you got to do homework. Nah, I don't feel like doing that, so I'm not going to. Oh, man, that could have paid dividends if I just thought like that instead, you know? But, you know, regrets, I guess, right? Like, yeah, I don't dwell on coulda, shoulda, woulda. It's just something that does cross my mind from time to time. But yeah, check it out, dudes. The engine's assembled. Look at that thing. We still need that damn pressure plate. But actually, we have all the suspension parts. The 2 of them are coming in the mail. All right. Spark plugs. I gotta hook the headset up. Look at that whole 95 horsepower. Hey, man. Pretty good. Is it possible to do a bench test of the engine? No. Nah. We have our test stand right there. It's browned. Probably put the motor in the car, like... We can pick this bad boy up. Put it on the crane. How do we attach this thing? Put the sandbags under it? Oh, it's like that, huh? What if we put the gas tank underneath it? I heard it for a second. Gas tank is not the right size. Here, we'll put another valve cover underneath it. That should be good. I heard it. We heard it tick when we put the gas tank underneath it. I just need something. Here, we'll try the air filter. Just need something that's basically going to level it to the crane. That did not do that at all. Telefono. I hope it's not the cops. Yeah, no problem. Can you just put it in the car if you can lift it? Don't it? Shh. You're no fun. Maybe try a control arm or something. Ah. You said the sandbags, huh? Yeah, we just picked up 50 kilos. It's only 110 pounds. No big deal. Oh, yeah. The sandbag is how to go, for sure. Spanner set is what you used? Yeah. It'll make a ting, like a pinging noise when you get it lined. There it is. I heard it. Sweet. Just leave that right there. It won't be a problem leaving that on the hoist, right? Like, that'll be fine. Still brown. Love it. Look how brown it is, chat. Beautiful. All right, dudes. It's 11:15. I think we'll call this hot bungarus. Hot bungarus in your area. We'll call it here. Look at that. How's that? How about that? Hopefully it works. Is the end goal to race this car? Yes. Summer Car is a survival racing game, dude. Some hot bungarus right there. You're letting the heat out. Mind your own business. So, there we go. Push that thing a little bit away. So tomorrow, when we'll play again, and we got to do some Space News tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be more of an the typical schedule. When we play tomorrow, that's how I know I'm tired, when my brain stops working in the middle of the stream like that. When we play tomorrow, we'll get the last parts and we'll try to make that chassis a roller tomorrow. Try to get all the suspension assembled. It's so hideous. I love it. It's the Brown Bomber, man. The Brown Bomber. 72 minutes to launch. Oh, crap. The Starlink. Although I did say last night that if it pushed past midnight, I'm not about that life. But I was going since this morning, dudes. We rebuilt the snowblower, got the snowblower working in real life, and then we built the engine in game. And hopefully you guys learned something about motor parts. Tomorrow's going to be good. It's just Starlink. All right. Well, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed part 8. That was a roller coaster of a VOD. Sounds like we're Wumbo Minning today. Hey, Yarg. Go Rams. Good night, everybody. I'll see you later. Cool stream. Thanks, dudes. Is Etal streaming? We can rate Alex. That's fine. Let me bring that up. Middleditch rated us, so we'll pay it forward to Etal. He's playing Vintage Story. Go Broncos. I'm not worried about the Broncos. You need to be worried about the Rams. Mind your own business. Go rated Alex, guys. Have a good night, and thanks for watching. I'll see you later. Thank you. Wild stream today. Night-night.